Alright. Hello, welcome on in, ladies and gentlemen. Today we're going to be finishing up Voice of Cards, and probably try to see if we can finish extra stuff up. Um, I personally do not know. I don't think I'm going to 100% this because I don't know where everything is. I may try to come back to this as a later date as 100 just to try to find everything else. But, you know, we'll see where the wind guides us and go from there. But I did some grinding while everybody was away. I'm now level 26 through, I think, level 24 through 26. Yeah. And I got us enough money to buy a legendary weapon. Let's see if it actually is legendary. I'm going to be upset if that guy's like, I have another one for another 20,000. Because that will take forever. Alright. So, let's go ahead and jump on into it. I will probably go try to buy the weapon first. Yes, we'll enter the village of the sick. Because... because it's just easier, and I don't know how that fight with the powerful knight's gonna go. So we will definitely see how that's gonna go for sure. I just remembered something. Give me a couple of seconds here. Alright. So it can't be hard. Alright, cool. Hello, game. Alright, cool. There we go. Time to go to the shady dealer.
Changed your mind, have you? Come to buy the legendary weapon after all? He whispers eagerly.
Well, we're gonna see if it's actually legendary or not. Sure.
You decide not to overthink it and hand over the money. Anyone asks, you didn't buy it here, he says, repeating the last part ad nauseum as he hands it to you. Of course, he was on the black market.
Oh, that's actually not bad.
I'm closed for now. Don't bother coming back, the weapons merchant says, shooing you away with his hands.
But the better question is...
The guards have cottoned on to his illegal weapons trade. You shan't be buying from him again.
So the better question is it better than what I've currently got equipped? The answer is yes. Alright. Choose another town. Let's go to Unionville, because I think that's the closest to it. I hear cars racing down my road, and they're stupid, because cops, and it causes all kinds of problems. Alright, let's go. Let's have a fight. An overclad knight stands shooting an extraordinarily powerful aura. I should have saved.
The moment the knight senses your presence, he speaks. You there. I wish to challenge you in a contest of strength, he proclaims, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword. It seems he has deemed you a worthy opponent. Stealing your resolve, you draw your sword from its sheath.
150 health. I think that's
About the enemy.
the highest we've seen it so far. Alright, let's try win. That does not do a lot. That did moderately more. Ooh! He does a decent bit of damage. Well, this is gonna be an actually tough fight. Yep, I'm glad I'm gonna have my guy focus on healing her basically. Let's see if we can freeze him. Resistant to ice, good to know. I'll go ahead and cast Restore on you. Because having Recover is nice. Wow, he actually managed to kill one of my people. Yeah, uh-oh is right. Heal you. So I actually need to do damage to him. Oh, that was the wrong ability. Whoo, boy. I don't know why I did that. Looks like we'll actually need to buy items after this fight. Yeah. Well then, it's odd that this fight is so difficult, like, because I'm a high level. That's the ability I wanted to use. Yeah, there we go. Do some extra damage.
That was lucky.
You're not wrong. Yeah. Fireball. We will quality salve. Do another rolling claw. Alright, come on, we got this. He's back to 5. What up, Dash? How's it going? I've already bought the legendary weapon, because it was just a quick little hop, skip, and a jump away to go get it. I am now fighting the really hard knight. How's your day been going? I've also died twice to this guy. Like I've had 2 members die. I had Mar die and Ash die already. He's really tough. Because, like, you know, things like that. Just flat damage. Let's go. Yeah, cause see, I'm doing like low numbers to this guy, even with better equipment. Well, that's good. I'm glad that everybody's recovering. It sucks that 4,000 experience and a whole bunch of gold. Nice. It was actually the legendary piece of equipment. It was the last piece, I think, for Ash to have. It wasn't a spoon, although that would have been funny if it was a spoon. I'll show it to you when all this is done. No, I don't have to worry about healing them. Yeah, stat increases. Let's go.
Warrior, this is far more befitting of you, he says, entrusting you with his armor. Perhaps returning to basics because of his loss, the knight swings his sword intently.
Wow. Okay. We take this. So the weapon I got, good equipment for him was the Phoenix Flame. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more attack than what I could have previously bought. Definitely worth it. And now I have the Divine Armor, which takes him up to... It brings his speed back up to 16 and takes his armor value up to 31. Ugh. Now I'm wondering, like, if there are other events that I've missed out there. And we're obviously going to save because I do not want that all to go out the window. Yeah, I know, right? It's really awesome.
Mastery does not come overnight, he exclaims with extraordinary spirit, swinging his sword intently.
Will you battle the knight anew? No. Of course. Then an enemy appears. Yeah, Ash is definitely like, go ahead, hit me. And then we're just going to go ahead and wipe this man off the face of the planet. Yeah, exactly. I have set him on his own growth arc. And I'm concerned about fighting him again because of it. But I want to see if he gives me anything else. What's up, Lizzie? Let's go! How's your day been? Awesome, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. I don't have a little thing that gives me notifications yet, but I'm working on that. Exactly. You dare approach me. Although I'm half tempted to approach him. Yeah, I've got some food and coffee right next to me too. Alright, let's try again. Yeah, we'll fight tonight. Let's go. Let's see how bad this is. Still 150 health. Oh, I probably should have equipped the lightning spell. Oh well. That's what I'm talking about, rolling them high numbers. Ugh, backswing.
Nice work.
Ooh. Ooh. That hit hard. That's awesome that you're getting caught up in My Hero. It's such a great show, in my opinion. let's see. I can't remember what happened in season 3. I know it's like I know that. Is that where they're at their training camp? I can't remember. 4. I really don't want to use these supreme selves. Alrighty. Oh, of course I rolled a 1. Okay, cool. I'm so glad I healed him. Alright. Burn! I wonder what he's weak to. He might be weak to darkness. Alright, let's go ahead and just whip out a Supreme Salve. Oh, you do significantly less damage now. Oh, I love it. At least to Ash. Yeah, there we go. 15 health healed. Perfect. Alright, down to 34. 12, that's not too bad. I wonder if this just does more damage. No, it doesn't.
Nice work.
Yeah, your stuff again. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Crits. Gotta get them crits on the heels. Come on, Rolling Claw.
Fortune favors the bold.
Maybe I should really think about what skills I bring to the dragon fight. Yeah, I agree. It is horrible that everybody got sick. Another 4 that. Okay, so I could use him as a grinding post, basically. Because everyone's going to go up a level from that. Well, almost everyone by the looks of it.
For the record, there are 3 of you and 1 of... Nay, I shan't complain. The next battle shall be mine. His face drops, betraying his lack of confidence. He turns away from you and begins swinging his sword once more.
He really is on a training arc. Alright, let's go. Get everybody healed up. Yeah, I wonder that too. Because, like, he seems to be... Yeah, exactly. He's losing confidence in himself. Alright, let's go to the apothecary. Because I have money. Quality salve. And I used 2 of these. I kind of want to go fight him again. Lack of confidence. But first, gotta save. Because I have a lack of confidence in saving the first time. Let's go! I wonder if he gets stronger.
And
It doesn't seem like... Oh, I forgot to equip more cards. Different cards, because I don't... I don't know. I don't remember. I think he's next to the ocean. I don't know if it's close. It might be a mountain though. We'll find out after this fight. Oh man, just all the crits. Awesome.
oh,
A 3.
excellent.
That basically one-shot her. Alright. Heal. Heal thyself. I'm still shocked he does that much damage to people. Like, it's crazy. Also, if I'm a little too quiet, it's because I'm trying to eat this food that I made beforehand. But I had to call my mom because I hadn't talked to her in like a week or two, so I didn't get a chance to eat it. You know, for being resistant, you still take a lot of damage, Melanie. Healing round. Another one? Oh, and he rolled a 6. Alright, you get the last one of these. We'll just go ahead and... because we can't just keep using rounds to heal. Otherwise, he will never die. Oh, wrong ability. Oh no, this could be bad. Alright. So I could kill him this round, though.
Excellent.
Ooh, pardon me. Let's go! Of course I rolled poorly, but... Oh, he missed! Oh, no! Come on, come on. Alright, cool, he's dead. experience. Nice. Mara is almost to max level, ladies and gentlemen. Mountains. Mountains is what next to him. No, it didn't change, so there might not be a max limit unless I sit here and do it for like 2 hours and try that. Go back to the inn. Rest up. Yeah, no, I agree. Like, at the moment you're like, oh, is he next to a cliff? And I'm like, you know, that's a very valid question. I don't want this man committing automatal Sudoku because he, like, lost to 3 people. Alrighty. We're gonna leave. Carrot shop. You know, I'm concerned about what kind of animals you have for a carriage shop when I can go all the way to different parts of the continent. Like, Village of the Sick requires a boat. How are you able to take me there for only 100 gold? Yeah, no, I agreed. I don't know why I came to the end. Apothecary. Apotheosis. Do you have Supreme Salve? I would certainly hope you do. No, you only have Quality Salve. Depression. Alright, well, time to go fight the dragon. Apparently everybody in this game has like a final weapon, but I don't know where they would buy them from. We're gonna save as one does before walking into a dungeon. Cool. Into the volcano, yes.
Here's how you cross a lava river. Bam. You open the bottle of flash freeze and pour some into the raging river of lava. The lava instantly hardens, forming a bridge of rock.
Ascend the volcano, they say. Let's go right. I'm not afraid of your enemies. Bring them on.
About the enemy.
Nothing. All right. Treasure chest, that's what I was hoping for. A blind stay ring. All right, those are nice. Jump. Can I help you? Oh, I like the way these look.
The enemy.
You're dead, aren't you? Yes, you are.
Oh?
I'm not over leveled at all for these monsters. Not at all. Nope. Now, did you really have to put insult to injury there? The answer is yes. Hi-ho, hi-ho. Off to work we go. Exactly, Dash. I'm the same way.
The enemy.
Absolutely the same way. Because I'm like, you know, it'd be a shame if I bought this game and I didn't explore everything in there. A little cold, but still good coffee. Yep, we're gonna jump to the volcano. No, this is we're in the basement of a volcano. Oh, I like the little heat, like, mist that they added to the thing. It's a nice touch. Treasure chest. Sooth stone. I don't need a sooth stone. I'm surprised I didn't just outright take damage from that.
A jet of lava erupts from the ground before you. You escape injury by the skin of your teeth, but the path ahead is now blocked.
Basically saying I have to take the long way around, which I'm okay with. I want to say over-leveling in this game is relatively easy, but the thing that will probably get you the most are going to be some of these bosses. Like, you're going to be like, ah, yes, I'm a great level, but then, like, the boss will be like, we're going to do things and be ridiculous about it, and you're going to be like, but why? It's like, because we can, we're bosses. Most of the ones I came across were fine, but I have a feeling because someone's just like, oh yeah, you go to, gotta be careful with the final boss, it's a tough fight, and I'm like, I think they're gonna inflict a lot of status effects on me. That's what I'm worried about. Granted, like, that night was a tough fight too, but it's just like, if you manage your resources carefully, you can easily do it. It's just gotta basically think ahead. Oh, my chance! I love it! If you're in a volcano and aren't weak to ice, we have other things we have to question. Woohoo! More story more story things unlocked. Treasure! Money! I wonder if it's going to be the same fight as last time for the dragon, or if they're going to have the black robed guy in there. Get rid of the slimes. Roundhouse kick to the face, let's go! Alright. Who you gonna hit? Wow. 1 point of damage. Got you. I'm not even going to finish you off with a spell. I'm just going to hit you with a basic attack. The mad disrespect. Alright, so there's the upstairs. Well, what's over here?
Let's do this.
You're not wrong. Let's do this, Game Master. Does that just outright kill him? It does. That's so dumb. Alright. That was like... I don't know about all that. Maybe a little bit, but not a lot. Do you just absolutely have to do a minimum? Okay, so the game makes it to where you do a minimum of 1 damage. So there's no way you can't do damage. It's just difficult. That's fine, Dash. Do what you need to. Second floor of a volcano. Surprised we're not dying from heat.
You can't help but chant, "It's hot, so hot," every couple of steps, as if conjuring a spell.
I stand corrected.
You're just wasting energy, Melanie chides. Perhaps you could stand to learn a thing or two from her rational approach. Bruno seizes on the moment. "Yeah, this isn't even worth whining over," he says, flexing at you. "It is way too hot for this," Melanie screams, forgetting her own advice.
That's humorous. See, I don't like that.
And fight.
And fight. Oh, I do so much damage now. Oh, that sword is fantastic. I wish everybody else's final stuff where it was in this dungeon, because I would find it so easy. Only 4 damage. I heal 3 of that at the end of combat. Win. More experience, more money. I wonder if I'll reach the final... Okay, yeah.
A wave of lava rushes past you, leaving a pile of boulders in its wake. You take a fortunate but ungainly fall backwards, but sadly you must find another route now.
Alright. An enemy approaches. It'd be interesting if the merchant event happened in here. A 1? Okay. The 1 means nothing. It's just me trying to freeze them. Jeez. Jeez, that's ridiculous. 2 with 1 go. Never mind, all 3. Oh, I stand corrected. 1 HP. He's left with 1 HP. That's depressing and hilarious. do, do. Why are you in here?
Just as you're about to faint from the oppressive heat, a heroic voice calls out to you.
Why are you called the sultry adventurer?
You turn and watch with wide eyes as beads of sweat glisten over his muscular body, only snapping out of your reverie when he asks if you're okay. According to the man, conditions will only worsen from here on out. He offers to lend you a comfy sleeping mat and blanket to rest with before continuing your journey.
Why would you need a blanket in this heat? I don't need to sleep.
You thank the man before heading on your way.
Like, why are you in here, man? What? Why? And why are you the muscle card? Like, what? What did I do? What did I do to deserve this? I'm saying there's a treasure chest over there, and I'm gonna go find it. Freeze the turtle. Turtle be frozen. Decapitate the slime. And then a roundhouse kick to finish him off. Again, this group is just overpowered for what it is. Yeah, I know, right? They are rather neat looking. So, literally as soon as I got to this floor, I'm like, I'm surprised we're not dying from, like, heat exhaustion or complaining about the heat. And they had a little conversation, and they were all complaining about the heat. And then apparently, one of the muscle-bound fisherman adventurer people, they say adventurer, they called him the sultry adventurer. And he's just like, oh, it only gets worse in here as sweat glistens off his muscles. I'm like, you really didn't need to add that detail. Treasure! What do we have in there today? Oh, awesome! Another piece of armor! Yeah, exactly. Rock Lee is back. That's the last piece, I think, for Mar. Just like the moment we think we can get away from Rock Lee, we can't. Awesome. Brings it up by a whole 2 more points. The defense powerhouse just gets stronger. The best part is, it's like, he offers you a comfy sleeping mat and blanket. I'm like, we literally were just complaining about the heat, and you've mentioned how he's sweating all over the place. Why do we need a blanket inside of a volcano? Let's see, which direction do I want to go? Let's go left. And we get rewarded immediately. More money than I don't need.
Let's do this.
You know, you're not wrong. I feel like, pardon me. I feel like Rock Lee would look like that in the actual show if it wasn't for the fact that it was supposed to be like a kid's anime. Because, you know, he does all kinds of crazy nonsense, and it makes you wonder how he's not, like, ripped and everything. Oh, coffee. Oh, I can't freeze. Exactly. I'm pretty sure he looks like that in some of the fandom, too. Knowing how crazy fandoms can get. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? One second. I forgot to put up my hair. I usually put that up before I start streaming. I should do that before, because it keeps getting in my way. I mean, look at all these curls I have. Oh, there we go. So much better. Is there more treasure? What's this? Why are there stairs leading back down? I clicked off of my screen. Okay. This is why you explore, ladies and gentlemen. Treasure. Right here.
And fight.
And fight. You know, you have the most HP. I want to get rid of you first. There we go. Did I just one-shot him? No. Okay, good. Roundhouse kick. Oh, what do you mean no? Thank you. I like how the gyms explode. It's cool. Dance. Dance, puppet, dance. We'll pass on Melanie's turn. We will heal Melanie with that. Crit heal. Like the best, like a boss.
That was lucky.
Max health, awesome. And then finish him off with a ram. Just pulls out random ram out of hammer space. Beat him up with it. Hammer space is ridiculous and I love it. Fireball, sorry. Oh, nice. I love how the monster is called Fireball. Mysterious card 9. Let's go. I'm pretty sure I have own collection. Own cards actually. Items. Where's the key items? All right, cool. I have 1 through 9. Back up the stairs. An enemy appears. Not very difficult. So yes and no. What do you mean, miss? So I still think they are. I don't know exactly what the purpose is. Alright, cool, that just kills him anyway. So we got, I think, up to the first 7 cards, and then we got Queen Vanilla's back, like her flip card story. But the fact that there is I think more cards, I think they serve another purpose. I just don't know what that purpose is yet. Cool, that's what I thought.
The rocks give way to a rush of lava. You just barely manage not to fall in. Time to find an alternate route.
That'd be interesting, though, if we collected all these cards and all of a sudden it makes the final boss that much stronger. Or it could be a coup de grace. We get all these cards and, like, we do, like, a ridiculous amount of damage to the dragon. I don't know why I'm using the mouse and keyboard, or the mouse for that. Over here? Nope. Alright, cool. Over here.
You've spent so long in here, even I'm starting to sweat.
Gotcha, Game Master. Ooh, wind damage. Unfortunately, nope. Well, actually, that's not true. Someone is weak to wind. But I want to deal with the turtle. Because the turtle's got a higher defense. Because then I can do, like, this on him. All the crazy weapons. Alright, cool. Doesn't outright kill the slime, but the slime isn't... It's like the least of our worries. Yeah. $22 damage with a basic attack. That's what I'm talking about. This box came in a lot more handier than I thought. Treasure discovered. Supreme Self. Yes! What do I get rid of? I guess a quality salve. Because it's just a straight upgrade. Yeah. Magma Tortoise's enemy story. Treasure! I don't have room for that. So we're going to discard a Spirit Elixir because I have how many? That would bring me up to 5. I don't need 5. Watch me need 5 in the final boss fight. I'll be so upset. Ready. Let's go. To the 4th floor it is. All of a sudden the heat no longer happens here. I'm saving because this looks like where the dragon is. Oh.
A clump of familiar white outfits comes into view. You've caught up with the Ivory Order at last. We shall be the ones to fell the dragon, you proclaim loudly to... no one, apparently, for the Order pays you no mind.
That doesn't surprise
At
me.
your persistence, Winifred requests, please do not interfere with the dragon's capture, clearly annoyed. As you all suspected, they have no intention of following the Queen's orders to slay the dragon. What will you do with him once he is yours? Melanie asks forcefully.
Ooh.
But her answer shall have to wait. The lava bubbles and swirls as monsters leap out onto the rock before you. It would seem the only way out is through.
Interesting.
In a flash, Sherwin's blade cleaves one in two. Clearly, he has earned his rank within the Order.
My word.
Keep moving, he bellows, leading his companions deeper into the volcano. The remaining monster turns toward you, eager to avenge its fallen friend. There shall be no avoiding this battle.
I mean, I didn't want to avoid it. This thing's gonna be super easy.
About the enemy.
2? That's it? That's all you brought to this fight? You should have brought more. I can definitely see if you just blitz through the story, this max level. I can definitely see how this could be difficult if you don't explore and find various things or
You
level up.
escape with your lives, but the Ivory Order has put some distance between you. All your efforts will be for naught if they reach the dragon before you do. You hurry the party onward.
Because it's very much a small numbers game, and if you don't have the right equipment and like levels, it could be a problem. Let's go. The volcano caldera.
A deafening roar greets you as you set foot on the summit. The dragon must be close.
Enemy appears, and they're weak. Oh, they got a better defense, that's for sure. But even with a better defense, there's still nothing to my sword. One damage. Oh no, you did 4. I'm impressed. Get smacked. Woo. Is it really at 4 o'clock already? Interesting. Only live for hours so far. I want to put this. No good spot. Alright, cool. We'll just leave it where it was. Messing with things. Anyway.
You reach the caldera only to find the dragon and the Ivory Order members locked in battle. Their teamwork is impeccable. With each strike, they drive the dragon further back. Vince is doing everything he can to protect the dragon, but nothing can slow Sherwin and company's advance. The Ivory Order approaches the dragon, quite sure of their victory. They shall have their quarry at this rate.
Oh. What should I do? I don't know. I can stay back and watch, or I can help fight. I don't know what I should do. Help fight?
You cannot stand idly by. You thrust yourself into the midst of battle. We'll be the ones to collect the bounty on the dragon's head, you yell? What vulgar ambition, Hedwyn says with a sneer. Hedwyn and Winifred each keep one eye on you as they begin incanting a spell to hold the dragon in place. Without warning, the dragon slams his tail against the ground. Cracks in the earth form beneath his feet. The rock beneath the Ivory Order gives way, sending them tumbling down below. You surmise the fall wasn't far enough to kill them, but they won't make it back here anytime soon. The dragon spreads his wings and flies towards the caldera. This may be your only chance to slay him without the Ivory Order interfering.
Interesting. This is where we slay the dragon and then something worse comes out and, like, causes problems, isn't it? Find out what happens next in the DLC to come out. That would be funny, and I would totally buy it. What do you mean 5 damage? Exactly. Agree with you there, Dash. Bring it on. Oh. Yeah, like, so, this is sealed. It means I can't use any abilities that require gems. It took me, like, 13 hours before I got inflicted with this. Like, by a happenstance card, too. Not by an enemy, but by a random chance. Made no sense. And I'm like, why are you just now introducing it? Because, like, I'm like, what do they mean by seal and all this other stuff like that? Because I'm like, I've never seen these things happen. And then it finally did. And I'm like, this is just an inconvenience. It's not that much of a problem.
Fortune favors the bold.
But the effect is really cool. That's right, get crit
Nice
on.
work.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe for stronger creatures, but not for the weak stuff. Turtles.
That was lucky.
I call it skill, but alright. Interesting. I'm surprised that it did damage even though she's resistant. Interesting. Heal. That's what I'm talking about. All the goods.
Excellent.
I just noticed that the tortoise has a little lamp on its head. It's adorable. I love it. It's gotta die. I really do like the designs for the monsters.
Congrats.
They're simple but well done, well done and well thought out. We'll save because I'm pretty sure I know where the monster is. Look at that! I'm already at 11,000 again. Yep. All right. Cool.
The dragon sits perched on the edge of the caldera. You eye him warily, shouting, "There's nowhere left to run."
That's not true. He can leave.
He lets loose an intimidating roar, but you and your party stand tall, unbowed. Victory is within reach. You have never felt more ready to slay a creature in your life. You draw your sword and charge, blade raised and ready to strike. In an instant, his bodyguard appears before you. You can see the bloodlust inside him as he stares you all down.
Exactly. He says to the creature that can fly away.
He looks upon you and sees only greed. "Fools," he shouts. "You shall not be stopped. You have your reasons for wanting the dragon dead, and they are enough. They are everything.
Yeah, money.
This conflict is inevitable. You heave your sword toward the enemy, come what may."
Is it two people? Yes. I'm upset
You can do this.
that like the highest health I've got for like this is 100. Now, like they've got like 150 and I've got 60, and it's just like that's just dumb. I'm gonna kill him first. He's resistant. I should have expected that. What?
Vince falls, his face covered in blood.
That's interesting.
"Why would you give your life to protect the dragon?" Melanie asks sharply. Asks the one who has forsaken her own. "What would you know of loyalty?" Vince roars, consumed with rage. He begins chanting, no doubt preparing to cast a spell.
I love this effect.
"No, that spell is forbidden," Melanie shrieks. It's too late. A stupendously powerful magic swirls out of the ether, enveloping them both. Vince turns to face you once more, his aura unlike anything you've felt before. You tighten your grip on your sword. There's no turning back now.
I like how the eye patch is kind of like torn and there's a blue like eye there.
Vince adopts a sweeping stance between you and the dragon. You'll have to deal with him first if you hope to attack your quarry.
All right, let's see. Let's see. Let's get this done. Oh, that was pitiful. A decent amount of damage. Oh yeah, back for going for the backswing. That was unremarkable. So that's what that spell does. Experience. Please tell me Melanie levels up. Well, Bruno does. Ash does. Ash is max level. Let's go.
The battle has been won. Tears stream down Vince's face. You watch him out of the corner of your eye as you turn your attention toward the dragon. Vince, undeterred by the wounds that now cover his body, rises to his feet and moves to protect the dragon one last time. Enough! The dragon speaks. He declares that he wishes to see further harm befall none. Then you ought not to have brought harm upon us, you shout, listing off the horrors you have heard on your journey. Vince, filled with righteous indignation, denounces each and every one as a lie.
Figured he would.
The dragon admits that your prowess in battle and willingness to pursue him the world over have earned you the right to hear the truth about this world.
Oh no. This is where things go real south.
The dragon claims he shares a special bond with the medicine that helps people the world over.
Okay.
All those who succeeded in capturing the dragon in the past forced him to live a nightmarish existence on this island. They would stab him with several hundred spears. They would slice his scales off with their swords. Every day a fresh horror would visit him in the heart of the island, and every day he would cry out in pain. They then gathered up the dragon tear he shed and used it to produce their medicine. Everyone in the world drinks this medicine as though it were water. Taking this medicine heals all wounds and cures all ills. It is a crutch that humanity can no longer live without. The primary ingredient in this medicine is dragon tear. You cast your mind back over your travels, over all the people who sought the medicine and were saved by it. The mere thought that so much good was born of the dragon's torture makes your mind reel. You feel unmoored. No one moves, or so much as makes a sound. His words weigh on each and every one of you.
That's darker than what I was expecting.
The dragon claims he has grown weary of suffering for the benefit of humankind. And so, he intones, I beseech you, strike me down. You hear only hurt and fatigue in his voice. Comply, and you will fulfill the order that was given you. The riches you have coveted for so long shall be yours. But know that if you do, the medicine upon which people have come to rely shall cease to exist, threatening the very foundation upon which humanity was built.
So, the reason why you want to slay the dragon is because Queen Nilla, sent out an order to kill the dragon. You don't know why she I think she knows what's going on and wants to free humanity from the medicine. But that's just a theory. So, like, I don't know what Melanie wants to kill the dragon because the dragon killed her parents, I think. You want to kill the dragon for money. Brunor just wants to adventure. Mars with you. Yeah, exactly. The medicine really isn't a good thing. It's from, like, the torture of the dragon, basically. What is your heart's desire? I don't know. Why would you give me such a heavy choice like this? Because, like, I don't know if we don't kill the dragon, does that mean he's going to get caught? Or if we slay it, I don't know what to do. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. And again, this is another reason why I'm loving this game is because it's just like that's such a heavy choice. Like a crazy heavy choice. I think we should kill it and put it out of its misery.
No matter the consequences, you resolve to complete your quest and slay the dragon. You adjust your grip and move to strike the dragon down once more.
Oh wow, they completely knocked down
it
its
won't
HP.
Put up a fight.
Oh my word.
Out of nowhere, a burst of magic crashes over the entire party, rendering you unable to move. The Ivory Order have found their way back to the caldera and stand before the dragon once more. Sherwin stares the dragon down, fire in his eyes. At last, the world is safe, he says. Seize him at once. Edwin urges. With a nod, Sherwin approaches the dragon. In one motion, Sherwin unsheathes his sword and cleaves the dragon in two.
There you go, Sherwin.
The dragon's lifeless corpse lurches backward before dropping over the edge into the caldera.
Yeah, no, I would have done the same thing, Dash.
What have you done?
So the other
asked quietly.
So Sherwin
comprehend Sherwin's action.
Sherwin wanted to end the addiction to the medicine, whereas the other three wanted to capture him because they're part of the Ivory Order. That's nice.
The earth shakes. The dragon's body seems to have energized the lava enough to spur an eruption. All that remains is to destroy that place, he hisses, and storms off with purpose. The remaining members of the Ivory Order are still in shock, but Hedwyn orders them out, and they flee out of sight. The volcano is about to erupt, and will surely take you with it. Melanie suggests the party take Vince as well, but he insists he remain here. He speaks his final request, his voice already fading. Dragon Tear is more powerful than you can imagine, he says, his voice weak and raspy. It could end this world. You mustn't let them use it. Stop them at all costs. Use the forbidden magic if you have to, Melanie. Vince's final pronouncement echoing in your head, you race to catch up to the Ivory Order.
The forbidden magic
The
of...
eruption is imminent. The earlier tremors collapsed the passage you took to reach the caldera.
The imminent order... the forbidden magic of super buff Melanie.
Follow the other passage out and escape before it's too late.
Flee the volcano within 100 steps. I cannot jump, save one. Are you kidding me? They made a timed event with steps? Exactly, it's a great thing I explored before this. I find it funny that they actually included basically a timed event into this. It's just like... They found a way to do it, and it's fantastic. Here's the other problem, though, is that, this is a different path than I've taken to get out of the mountain. So for all I know, everything that I've explored won't be there anymore, and I'll have to re-explore the whole thing. Already down to 87. Yep, that's what I thought. Wow, that's massive. Well, more XP, I guess.
And
Fight. I like the little upbeat music they got for this now. With the drum in there. Ah! I may go make myself another cup of coffee here in a minute. Ah, yes. Overkill like nobody's business. I'm already down to 63, bro. Yeah, exactly. Bruh.
Rout the enemy.
Rout the enemy. So far, I love how there's D4 and a D12 just sitting over here. And, like, they don't get used at all. And it's humorous to me because it's just like, D12s rarely get used in D&D. And while D4s do get used, it's just funny that they've got 2 dice, like 3 dice just sitting over here that don't get touched in this game. Because I've seen D6s and D8s, but that's not D8s, D10s. And I just find it funny that they decided to not put those over there.
Take your time. There's no need to rush yet.
Yeah, keep telling me that. How much you want to bet I'm going to have to redo this? I hope they gave some extra steps. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, okay. So they did give extra steps. Woo! Oh, wait, I'm not done. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, cool. So, yes, they gave extra steps. It makes me wonder if I missed anything important in the previous room. It's like, oh, they actually give extra steps. I wonder if there are any treasure chests actually in there that I just didn't see because I was too busy running like a coward.
You did great.
Appreciate it, fam. Oh, why are there so many enemies? Stop getting in fights. I'm trying to leave.
Don't hold back.
That's the plan. Exactly. Man, I thought about eating cereal today, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure my milk is expired. Sad day. The legendary spoon. The spoon of justice. Literally, like, every 3 or 4 steps, I'm just in a fight. What do you mean it missed? It's okay. That killed him. Rudis is now level 30. Show me potato salad. So, since obviously that wasn't the final fight.
You're nearly out. The relief of knowing you may yet outrun the encroaching lava is immense. And short-lived, as monsters burst forth from the lava, blocking your escape.
You act like this scares me. Yeah, doesn't scare me at all. One damage. Adds defense. Even with defense up, still dies to a basic attack. Alrighty.
You race out of the volcano, the monsters scarcely having hit the ground behind you.
Understandable. Trying to get out of a volcano is usually very key. On an island drowning in the very medicine meant to save it, a lone knight wages a lonely battle. Atop a volcano belching ash and smoke, our heroes have an audience with the dragon once more. An audience in which the dragon and the one-eyed man shatter our hero. I didn't even get a chance to finish that. Alright. The very medicine on which the people rely on comes from the dragon himself. The ground heaves as the dragon's life expires and the volcano prepares to unleash its fury. Our heroes narrowly escape their own lives as lava spew from the caldera. What does the Ivory Order truly want? What secrets does the island harbor? Where has the White Knight gone and what awesome powers lie within? Chapter 7, Dragon Tier.
After your narrow escape from the volcano, you mull over what you learned at the summit. The truth about the dragon and the medicine, what the Ivory Order and Sherwin are actually after, and Vince's dying warning about Dragon Tier destroying the world. You decide to return to the village of the sick to try and make sense of everything.
Yeah? Awesome. Time to save. So I'm guessing Sherwin is the final fight.
I'm exhausted, says Ridis. She certainly looks it. Bruno is silent and looks deep in thought. As you head into the village after your friends, another headache splits your skull.
Oh no.
This place. Something about it is triggering a memory that feels like it's trying to claw its way out of your brain. Let's rest up at the inn, suggests Melanie, taking in everyone's state.
Rest your weary bones at the inn in Village of the Sick. Yes, I'm here to stay the night.
At dinner time, you and your friends gather around the table. For a while, it's quiet, but then Melanie speaks up. Now that the dragon's been defeated, she says, what are we going to do?
How do you answer? Ooh, another tough choice. Ugh. I want to say go after the Ivory Order.
In truth, the Ivory Order wanted to capture the dragon alive, but Sherwin killed him. You can't help feeling the Ivory Order is still hiding something about this island, the dragon and the medicine. We might want to look into this island a bit more, suggests Melanie. Bruno agrees with you. They call this place Mount Medica. Something tells me there are still secrets to uncover. Whether you go after the Ivory Order or investigate the island, first and foremost, you need information. The Overseer should be pretty knowledgeable about the island, reasons Melanie. You decide to pay a visit to the Overseer after a good night's rest.
Do. I mean, it wasn't really just gone in the first place. Let's see what the crazy old man who's from the Yakuza has
the
next.
village headman come Overseer, comes out to welcome you. After detailing what happened atop the volcano, you ask him to tell you everything he knows about this island. So, the dragon's tears are the medicine's main ingredient, he muses.
What will I ask Sealorth? I don't know.
You ask Sailfor if the medicine is made on this island. After a moment, he begins speaking in a quiet voice. He tells you about the medicine factory here on the island that the Ivory Order oversees.
Interesting.
And that this village was founded in order to provide a steady supply of human test subjects for their new medicine.
And that explains why everyone's crazy.
Now that you know the truth about the island and the village, you turn to Sailfor and pose further questions.
Alright, Sailfor.
Probing further, you ask, and the Ivory Order forced the dragon to make medicine at that factory? I'm almost positive they did, he replies. That explains why the Order wanted to capture him, says Bruno, understanding dawning on his face. But if that's the case, why did Sherwin flout the Order and kill the dragon? You're still missing the final piece of this puzzle.
One of his friends is in this town and went insane.
What do you mean, testing new medicine, you ask? Sailfor explains that before the Ivory Order sends any of its medicines out to the greater world, they test them here first. With all the new medicines they're constantly prescribed, the villagers here suffer strange side effects. All except Sailfor, who says he's exempt from the tests on account of being in charge of the village on the Order's behalf. Sometimes we get people who try to escape, he says, his gaze dropping. The Order always catches them.
My word.
This is horrible, says Melanie, a harrowed look on her face. You know the abandoned house at the western edge of the village? Well, once upon a time, a family of 4 lived there. As Selfor speaks, you feel all the blood drain from your body.
Well, that's what kills people. Who's draining my blood?
There's something I'd like to see for myself at that house, you say, your brow creased. At the uncharacteristically somber look on your face, Melanie, Rittis, and Bruno give silent nods.
So, I'm pretty sure you used to live in this village. How much you want to bet? Here's the thing. How much you want to bet? So instead of family of 4, that's a mother, that's a father, that's a son, and that's another family member, either another son or daughter. How much you want to bet? Because Mar is technically qualified as a monster, but things that shouldn't affect monsters, like the poison, affected Mar. How much you want to bet Mar got transformed from a human into this monster because of the medicine? Like, how much you want to bet?
You stand before the dilapidated house. It looks like no one's lived here for a long, long time.
Exactly.
You open the door and go inside, your gaze roving across the dusty space. Your eyes land on a progression of horizontal notches on the lower section of a support beam, markings to measure a child's growth. And carved into the beam beside the markings are your and Mar's names. Seeing your names unleashes a flood of memories you hadn't realized you'd kept locked away.
Can we go home? It's getting really dark. Yeah, let's go. Return home. Mar is your sister. We're back. Welcome home. Oh, look at you two. Caked in mud again. What kept you out so late, huh? Mar hid so well it took me ages to find her. Heh, I'm the hide-and-seek champion. You're my snot-nosed little sister is what you are. Yeah, you're just mad because I always find you super fast. Alright, settle down, you little terrors. I swear, you twins are the only ones who can keep up with yourself. Wow. So we're twins even. Now go get changed for dinner. Is this watery soup really all there is again? Whining won't change that, I'm afraid. But I want real food. This isn't going to fill me up at all. I know, but we just can't afford to buy anything else. But it won't be like this forever. You'll see. Several days later. Now I want the two of you to hold onto my hands no matter what, alright? It's pitch black outside. What's going on? No, where are we going? Yeah, where are we going? Hurry! We can't let them find us. Who? Escape subject spotted. Securing at once. Give me more. More medicine. The effects of the new medicine spiral too much out of hand. It's a failure. What are you waiting for? Put it in my... I don't even know what that's supposed to be. Quit! This one's no good either. Pitiful. What happens to the ones who try to flee? Pitiful what happens to the ones who try to flee. What are the findings for the medicine for the twins that we're given? Look at the girl. She's transforming into a monster. She's a non-match for the medicine. Only an undilution of dragon tear can cure her now. This one isn't exhibiting any signs of transformation. We should have enough to make our report to the mausoleum now. I'll never understand why they chose to build a facility on this island at the mausoleum. It's so out of the way. What should we do with the twins? Dispose of them? No, leave them to die with their parents.
The trauma of what happened, combined with the effects of the medicine, spurred the loss of your memories.
That's horrible. The Ivory Order is terrible. Time to burn it to the ground.
But now you remember the horror in full detail. Sobbing, you gather Mar in your arms. Melanie, Riddis, and Bruno just stand there in silence, absorbing the truth of your origins. Melanie, who knows all too well the pain of losing your parents, turns to you with tears on her cheeks.
I swear they're gonna get together as love interests.
We have a lot in common, you and I. That's how we've made it this far together, she says softly.
Melanie words. You nod.
Moved by her kindness, you give her a silent nod. But I've still got farther to go, you say, scrubbing your face dry. As painful as those memories are, something the Ivory Order disciples said gave you hope. If you can get your hands on an undiluted solution of dragon tear, you can restore Mar to her human form. And what was that about the place they called the mausoleum? That's probably a good enough place as any to start looking for dragon tear.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Doesn't miss the determination that blooms on your face. Whatever it is you need to do, she says, I'm with you.
That's right, Melanie. Let's go.
You ask Silfor if he's ever heard of a place called the Mausoleum. He tells you the steep cliffs north of the village block the way. To get to the mausoleum, you'll have to go around. He advises you to first go east and then head north from the wharf. The wharf, that's where we first docked, right? Clarifies Bruno. Ooh, the path to the mausoleum is a long one. If you start feeling weary on your journey, use the jump feature to return to the village.
Sucker, I'm like max level. Let's go.
A giant boulder impedes the path. You stop, unable to go any farther. But when you turn around, who do you see but the Ivory Order trio? In a flash, you draw your weapons, but Headwind calls out, "Wait." Unlike the other times you've crossed paths, the trio doesn't seem keen on fighting you. You lower your weapons in response. Conveniently, you've got some questions for them anyway. You demand to know what the Ivory Order wants. There's no reason to hide it any longer, begins Headwind. He tells you of the immense fortune the Order amassed by selling the medicine they forced the dragon to make on this island. And he confirms recapturing the dragon was the Order's true goal. The dragon's imprisonment on this island was a secret only the upper echelons of the Order were privy to. Even Queen Nilla didn't know.
Called it.
You ask where Sherwin disappeared to after he killed the dragon atop the volcano. We too seek Sherwin, says Winifred. Atop the volcano, Sherwin swore to destroy that place. Hedwin says he was talking about the mausoleum. Winifred ponders the question of why Sherwin would betray the order and kill the dragon. Alas, we cannot get to the mausoleum with this in our way, Hedwin says, gesturing to the giant boulder. Upon closer examination of the boulder, you see fissures spidering along its surface. Perhaps it was weakened by the earthquake caused by the volcano erupting.
Go on,
With the right
Brunar.
approach, you might be able to force your way through after all.
What will you do? Ask Brunor.
You ask Bruno to put his brawn to use and smash the boulder to smithereens. He squares off in front of the giant stone and strikes the fissure with a mighty knife-edged chop. Silence rings for a moment before the boulder crumbles to dust. The Ivory Order trio offers a curt thanks before hurrying on ahead. The jerks.
They're terrible people. Awesome. Are you stronger, or are you the same enemies? Oh. Oh, hello there. You're new. Let's see. No, you're not weak to it, but you're still weak in general. Shame, really? You mean I missed him? You're a bunch
I
of
was lucky.
scraggly bones. Get wrecked. Oh, you heal 5 damage every time. Time to blow them old bones away. Later, Mr. Bones. You gotta go for the bones.
You come across 2 men sitting on a rock. They take no notice of you or the party, but you can hear their fervent discussion. You listen in and deduce that they are a pair of thieves.
I was wondering when we're gonna come across the next one of these.
You lean in, trying to hear what else the thieves are talking about. You catch pieces of the conversation here and there. Stashed the goods away. That island shaped like a... right in the dragon's nostril. It sounds like they've just told you where to find their stolen loot. The dragon's nostril? You cock your head in disbelief, but just manage to maintain your concentration. Your perseverance pays off. You come to learn that the island itself is shaped not unlike the dragon's head. You hastily grab a scrap of paper, write down what you've heard, and quietly sneak away.
The dragon's nostril. So that's a horn. That's a horn. So I'm going to guess it's somewhere in this general location. That's a mountain. That way to the mausoleum.
And fight.
Oh, look, another one of these. I was wondering when we were going to get to find these. Supreme Salve, let's go! Yes, I know I have 31 items. Get rid of this quality salve. I unfortunately will not. Burn it with fire! Alright, Mar, Red House. Literally 1 HP. Oh, shoot me. That's a lot of damage. Okay, here's what we'll do. We'll pass, we'll heal. Oh, would you look at that? It's an on plus. And then we'll just ram you. Ram him to death. Kill the tree with headbutting him. Man, that just changes so many things to find out that Mar is actually your sister transformed into a monster. That was a person. Yeah, trauma definitely does. Yeah, it definitely does explain a lot of stuff for him. It makes me wonder how they're going to end it.
Found a stealer, but upon further inspection, it doesn't appear to do anything special. But surely, it's not simply stood here for the sake of it. You make note of it in case you're told to seek out another stealer later.
So in the woods at the top of the horn. This is why you explore, ladies and gentlemen. This is why you explore.
Let's do this.
The corruption on these cards, I love it, and it's horrifying. Come on. Literally 1 HP again. Wow, you actually do. Well, I forget. Mar doesn't have the highest defense right now. Undead Treant. Alright. Bring it! It's a Mr. Bone. 2 hours. I don't know why it feels much later in the day than it actually is. Alright, Run House, let's go. Alrighty. Get everybody max level by the time I'm finished exploring. Treasure! Money that I don't use. I'm not giving you a curative.
And fight.
I like also how this isn't like a really corny, just bland RPG. I like that they threw some more mature elements in there, like, because like a lot of this stuff can be can technically be problems that we just don't know about too. Maybe not mostly, but it's just like we do people do various testings in ways they shouldn't sometimes, and it's crazy. Event!
Watch out, your friends cry, as something comes hurtling straight at your face. But you keep your cool. Your friends gasp as you catch whatever it is before it clobbers you.
I'm sorry, what? Who threw this, and why do I all of a sudden get armor? Who can equip this? So, divine armor, which is what I got. Alright, cool. So, I think Brunor can equip it. What does my phone want? Nothing important. Nothing important. Various things that are important to me. Got you. Awesome. Just random armor. Yeah, I know, right? His biceps are ridiculous. They're just... Oh, that's actually a text message. That I will not be checking out now, because it's a link to a video. Did anybody else see what I just saw? Ooh, we all heal.
Don't hold back.
Cause that was, there were more cards on the other side of the water there. Okay.
Excellent.
Yes, I agree. Excellent. Excellent, yes. Please no. Oh, come on. And of course, max rolls. Alright. Exactly, the poison. Cusco's poison. Alright, let's kill him before, like, it... Alright. What is this? Why is there just a lone island floating here? How do I get there?
You spot a sign standing prominently on the cape. This sign reads, "Strike the Steelers somewhere on this island." Oh yeah? What will happen if you do, you wonder?
Found it.
Found a Steela. You try gently knocking on it, as if to test its solidity. You swear you feel a rumble coming from the east. A Steela stands before you. Wasn't this a sign just a moment ago? Great. Now you're seeing things.
Yep, ask
There's
and
a
they shall
message
receive.
engraved on the Steela. It reads, "Those who would cross must strike me true." You see another island across the sea. Why striking a Steela would allow you to cross, you haven't a clue.
Yes, I will strike.
You give the Steela a solid thwack. Not a moment later, the entire party begins to levitate. Before you know it, the strange power delivers everyone safely to the far island. Without warning, an old man leaps from the underbrush. "My replacement," he screeches. He sidles up to you. "Mind living on this here island in my stead?" he offers cloyingly. "Ew, no," you sneer. "Then by force it is," he shouts, leaping toward you.
Surprise hidden boss? What is he 130 HP? He's resistant. Methinks I should have saved before this.
Fortune favors the bold.
All right. Oh! Oh no! Only 3. That's not bad. What is this man? Stop it! Come on, do 24 damage. No! You will die. Yes! Oh! Oh, thank you. I have no idea what that man was, but that was not pleasant.
This island is cursed, the hermit explains, and he along with it. Doomed to spend eternity here unless he finds someone to take his place. Defeated, the old hermit sinks wordlessly to his knees. A lone tear tumbles down his weathered cheek. Monsters suddenly appear from who knows where. They surround the dejected old man and let out bitter cries of lament. Come to console me, have you? He says sweetly, petting each of them gently. He quietly nods, rises to his feet, and makes his way to you. The island gets as lonely as I do. Someone's got to keep her company. You had better leave, the hermit says softly, handing you a garment that glows with an almost divine light. You feel yourself begin to levitate once more. Has he chosen to remain on the island after all? Is that what this is about? The party finds themselves back on the cape. The stela that once rose from the sand is nowhere to be found.
That old man was scary. He's like, let me just inflict deadly poison on all of your people.
You turn your gaze toward the hazy, solitary island in the distance. Farewell, you say quietly into the wind.
Purest blessing. Oh, I know who that's going on. Melanie, come here. We found you better equipment. Finally. So I found all the swords. I'm missing a claw, missing a staff, missing a bow, missing a glove. Get all of the armor. Looks like I'm missing one more of the mail. I'm missing one of the women's garb. And then these are just the rings I don't have. Which I could probably go ahead and buy. I'm missing one more mystery card. And one more key item. I think I've got max skill cards. Yeah, I've got 155. I got another text message. Don't know what that is. I'm missing 3 cards. I'm missing 3 cards now. Guessing those are going to be from the mausoleum. 3 more cards from there. I have all the movies. Nice. So I'm coming quite along with all this. Alright. Save. We're going to jump to the village of the sick. Gonna jump to the inn. Jump to the apothecary for that antidote that I used. And then we'll jump to the item shop. Or was it the armor that's got it? Yep. Fire stay ring. Water stay ring. Poison stay ring. Alright. At least we only missing, like, probably 4 now? I'm missing one thing from there. Missing probably the light and dark stay rings, which are probably from the rare collector, as well as the other ones. So I'm missing the ones from the collector, I think. Alright! Well, that's done. And those can only be found through random events, so the only thing I can do now is just keep going about my business. I'm guessing this is like the nostril. Burn it with fire. Chop it down. La, 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 da, 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 da. I'll admit I cheated.
Something's catching the sunlight just so. You move closer to get a... You find a chest locked.
What's in it?
About this. Sure enough, this is the location those... Quite convinced you found their stash. You open the chest with
Gold
a
lightning.
self-satisfied smirk on your
That's
face.
actually a decent bow. 'Cause I don't think I would have deduced that this is nostrils. An enemy has appeared. Time to get thwarted.
And fight.
And fight. He's so enthused sometimes when he does that. I'd really like to find Melanie a better wand. Why does it leave it with 1 HP? I have the heat on and everything, and I'm still a little cold in my apartment. And I don't know how I feel about that. Ugh. Alright, well there's the mausoleum. Is there any treasure left? Na, na, na. Na, 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 na. I really do enjoy the music of this game. For those out in the audience, has anybody listened to some of the music from CrossCode? Because I want to say, give it 30 minutes to an hour, and we'll probably be into that. Deal 6 damage, but I'm resistant. You only deal 1, sucker. Dash, you're fine. Take your time. Do what you need to. I'm really just mainly talking to myself, and if anybody happens to respond, that's all good. Who y'all rated? Treasure! Ah, there's the free stay ring. Ah, okay.
About the enemy.
I wish you the best of luck in that. Marshmallows. I forgot I had a few left. Gotta have the good deliciousness of a marshmallow. Who's not level 30 by this point? Okay, Bruno isn't, but he's about to get there. We'll go ahead and save. It actually brings up the question. Apparently Tina's online. Let's see. Huh. School of Chocolate is now on Netflix. Interesting. Let's enter the mausoleum. Let's go. I have no idea what that show is about, but apparently Netflix thinks I will. Proceed to the Mausoleum Interior. Ooh, I like this music. Oh, it's just one thing.
You catch sight of figures you are pretty sure are Ivory Order disciples standing at the door to the mausoleum.
Yep.
Let us through, you say? Something isn't right. Trespassers will be disposed of on orders of Master Sherwin. Kill, they murmur dispassionately, and then attack.
Does he have some kind of mind control? Oh, I would be afraid if you were actually intimidating. Resistant, I see. Still do a ridiculous amount of damage to you. Little dance, it's so cute. But you buffed your ally,
Nice
so you have
work.
to die. Only 11 damage, please. That's healable. Go, Mar, go. 2 left? Awesome. We'll heal her. Not critical, but alright. Leaves her at 40. So only 11 short. He actually did 12 damage tomorrow. Impressive. But I did a lot more to you. Granted, you have 120 health. Gain 4 gems. Perfect. Freezy, freezy. Lemon squeezy. What? You're resistant to ice too? I hate all of you. Heal Melody.
Nice work.
He only did 4 damage and you made my attack go down. I'm really not all that worried about it.
Excellent.
Interesting. Not that anybody here deals dark damage. Well, I guess Melanie could. Fire doesn't seem to do all that much to you either. Let's see if lightning does, or bolt. No. It's okay. Only 5. Rolling Claw, go! Dead.
Good work.
Thank you, Game Master. Everybody's max level! And now experience means nothing.
It seems the Ivory Order disciples have come back to themselves. Their faces are blank.
Mind control.
Apparently, they don't recall anything after Sherwin ordered them to guard the door. Could he have hypnotized them? The Ivory Order disciples are gone.
Into the depths of the mausoleum. And we save. Wait. This music's giving me like Chrono Cross vibes. Or Final Fantasy. Both good games. Yep. Found the Light Hound. I should equip my Dark Spell for Melanie.
That was lucky.
Come on. Before I forget. Skills. Melanie. Darkness is only 15 damage. Trade it out for Zephyr? Yeah.
You shall not pass. Die.
Oh, you have 100 this time. Oh, you know what? We take that. Darkness. Yeah, that's what I thought. Weak to darkness.
Nice work.
Of course the Order of Light would be weak to dark. Oh no, you froze him. You're still dead. Rolling Claw, let's go. I don't mean you're not dead exactly. You're close. So close. I can heal him with a potion. Hey, that beat deep. Oh, have to keep moving. We take all the money though, for whatever reason. Pardon me. Items. Use. Cool. I'm willing to start with that and have a small handicap in a fight. Of course, there are stairs.
You sense something strange about this place.
I can imagine so.
You can hardly make out your surroundings in the dim. You'd best watch your step.
So my camera movement's been restricted. And as soon as I walk down the stairs, there's an immediate fight. Okay, I need you to chill, mate. Oh, more light dogs. Darkness. Come on. Drag the cards out. I love how these are spectral beasts without heads. It's like literally they're missing their heads, and it's just like, why? What happened to you? Who hurt you?
Congrats.
Thank you. This is a big dungeon. There are spikes on the floor. Great. Ah, here are the light harpies. No. So they're still weak to wind. Is that all? You're just inflicting seal? Gonna need to do something more than that to deter me. One damage. Coming back for a second round. Which is good, because it wouldn't have killed her otherwise. Maybe replace Earth with fire, a flame with Zephyr. Thomas the Tank Engine, let's go. I don't like how there's spike traps here. The serum.
Don't hold back.
So you still take damage from light enemies. Makes no sense, but whatever. Of course I missed. Die like the worthless animal you are. Alrighty. Light Wolf. Alright, I have to take a quick bio break, and I'm probably going to use the time to grab something else to drink. So until then, I will leave you on my BRB screen. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry that took a little bit longer than anticipated. I heated myself up some food, so I was starting to get a little pecky. But we're back! And we're in the final dungeon. I walked on
Ouch.
spike.
The floor's covered in spikes. Looks like a trap meant to deter trespassers.
I took 10 damage from not paying attention. That's kind of bad. A new enemy is approaches. I don't need more experience. Everybody's max level.
And fight.
Thank you. How's the raid going, Dash? You know what I should have done? Heal. Guess I'm not healing now. I mean, at least it was only one raid one wipe, but that does suck when someone does that. Oh, you gotta be careful with your timings. You gotta do it. Exactly. It always sucks when people do that without, like, you're leading me in a particular direction, I see. When people, it's just like, you need to stop basically Leroy jinking the raid. You gotta be there. You gotta make sure you're part of that strategy meeting, because you never know, something could happen that you're unaware of. Oh, coffee is good. Alright. You know, because for some reason, even though they're light-based enemy now, they're still weak to win. Who knew? Right? Right? I don't know. Please don't. Awesome. I'm sorry, but you're not doing much there, lady. Roundhouse. Roundhouse. Well, I could use this opportunity to heal people. Yeah, let's just heal. She's not going to be inflicting a ton of damage on us. No, stop. I would like regen. That actually did a decent amount of damage. I stand corrected. But that's what healing is for. I can see why, because I was trying to see how hard this was at one point in time, and I can see why they say you need 2 healers for this, but at the same time, if you're at the level I'm at, it's just like, having 2 healers is nice, but good item management is also great. Again, I think people underestimate good item management. Oh, you did it. You got it. I love how that that's how it affects the card. One more turn for healing. Heal myself. Then we can try to do more next turn. Next fight.
Congrats.
Congrats, thank you. That's an interesting name. Electries. Interesting. Treasure? Treasure! An unsealer. Nice. Not like I'll ever use it. Yeah. I already have one. Oh, it's a discard. Oh, I almost did the bad thing. Almost walked on spikes again. Never walk on spikes. I love how it shows you and it's not just a random thing that happens. I forgot what you're weak to because I haven't fought you in so long, Skeleton. Not win like everybody else, but alright. It's fine. Oh. Alrighty. Roundhouse. I said roundhouse. Stop healing. You're not allowed to heal. Die. Perish for your sins. Perish. And then we'll heal you. Only 10, but you know what? 40 is better than 30. We'll go ahead and just start the healing process again. I actually came out on top of healing from the last fight, just fighting one of you. So, you know, we'll go ahead and take care of that. We're at 51 out of what? 60? Oh, that's fine. We'll go ahead and continue to finish this fight. Alrighty.
Good work.
Why, thank you. Treasure! I don't need a dispeller. I have a dispeller that I never use. Actually, not bad. Buy me some more of those next time. I don't even think I've been inflicted with curse before. Alright. Get rid of the harpies. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, that's just gone. I didn't do it. Man, they're just hitting Mar for like everything that she's worth.
Oh?
Oh. Go ahead and heal Mar. That's right. Can't touch this. I wonder what's gonna happen to Sugar when she realizes what Mar actually is. That'll be interesting. Yeah.
Let's do this.
You're not wrong. Let's do this, Game Master. Kill them all. Not gonna work today, big boy. Oh no, inflict attack down. Guess what, ladies and gents? They all die. Oh look, an Ivory Order guy.
An Ivory Order disciple stands in your way. Something strange about this one, too. This is as far as you will get.
You know, you say that all you want. Only 130? Please.
Let's do this.
Just because you have decreased dark damage doesn't mean I'm not going to hurt you in a way you've never been touched before. You did a fair bit of damage. Guess what? So do I. It's okay, because I don't plan on doing dark damage to you. Heal and Mar like the good brother I am.
Fortune favors the bold.
How would you like a rolling claw to the face? Oh, perfect. I love this one. Gain 4 gems. Use all the abilities. Prepare to die. My name is Inigo Montoya. That'd be great if I needed experience. Oh, that food kind of hit the spot. Please don't make this like a 4-tier dungeon.
Unlike the lower level, the lights are lit. Someone's been here. Another Ivory Order disciple blocks your path.
Burn them with fire.
Trespassers will be disposed of.
You wish. Is it just one of you? So this is meant to be almost like a dungeon of bosses to whittle you down. So that way when you get to the final boss, I like decreased light damage. You want to know why? Because I'm going to kill them with dark. But it's basically meant to, but it's like a boss rush. So it's like you're supposed to get weaker and weaker over time. But let's be real here. That's not what's going to happen. I am too prepared for this. Oh, there's like critical attacks. Oh, that's what I love to hear. Duh. That was pitiful. Get Shrek'd. Become an ooey gooey mess beneath my massive boot.
Yet another ivory impasse. How many of them are there in here?
A lot.
On the orders of Master Sherwin.
I love how all of these people are just brainwashed. Like, what did he do?
Don't hold back.
I won't. This is an interesting music for fights. See, that does hurt. Just straight flat numbers do hurt a little bit. Guess what? Prepare to die. Kill her. Oh yeah, we take criticals. 211s.
Excellent.
Yes, excellent indeed. Do it, I don't care. He's been healing anyway. All the dark damage. I'll just do a regular attack so that way I can beat him with alright, because they're attack down. Well, guess who doesn't? Mar. Not enough. Gain 4 gems. We'll pass. We will heal. And then Mar, go for the throat. There we go. Kill them. Kill them with fire. 2,000 experience and 1,000 gold. Not bad.
It felt like that knight wanted to stop you from going any further.
I mean, you're not wrong. Look, treasure. I don't need money. I have money. Save just in case, because it is starting to reek of preparing for the final boss. Health is within acceptable ranges. Your health just progressively gets more and more.
Rout the enemy.
The first time I've been afflicted with curse, take damage when they attempt to recover their HP is made. Okay, so no healing. Got you. That's an annoying status effect for sure.
Excellent.
Probably have to heal outside of battle for this one. Oh, regenerative abilities also count. That's disgusting and I hate it. Ooh, not liking how close this is getting. Still gonna hurt you. I can finally heal you, Melody. Criddle? Oh, no, not Criddle. Criddles! Alright. Melanie needs quality salve. Items. Use. No. Get him! Divine Beast. Ooh! Old Fangs. Legendary Claws of the Ancient Beast. Awesome. I knew another legendary weapon had to have been in here. Oh! Those are for Mar? Hey, that's perfect! Gotta save. To Mausoleum level 3.
The sign reads, "There is more here than meets the eye."
I don't like this. This is a puzzle.
Why not check the wall around here?
Ooh. Stop doing that. Alright, so we'll pass on Melanie. We will heal Melanie. Because she's the only one without passive healing.
Nice work.
And then we'll give him the old razzle dazzle. Mar, please! You hurt people!
Would you look at that? A secret passage. This must be what that sign was talking about.
This is a massive dungeon. Give him the old razzle dazzle.
And fight.
And fight. The harpy doesn't pose too much of a problem. So I guess kill the Skelebro. Dog. Yeah, don't do this in the darkness. Yeah, I would say Mar takes the most damage out of that. Give him the good old roundhouse. Yeah. Okay, so magic strike him. Yeah. Then we'll heal myself. And then run my... well, you get to go first. Oh no! Defense down. 1 damage. Guess what though? You're dead. Big stretch.
Psst. There may be something on the wall nearby. Another secret passage. This is definitely what that sign was hinting at. Be sure to keep an eye out in case there are more. You found another secret passage.
All these
You
secret
sure make
passages.
it easy to get lost in this place.
Treasure. Razzle dazzle. That's what I'm talking about. And then we hit him with a good old lightning strike to the face. Another 6, let's go. Alrighty. Of course. I was hoping to take one of them out, but you know, that's just how the cookie crumbles. Alright. Umbreon, no! Stop hitting my face! They'll do... Kill him with wind. Oh man, that should be enough to kill him still. Yeah, there we go. Weaknesses and all that. Then we will heal... Do we heal? Yeah, we'll heal Mar. That way Mar is back in tip-toppy shape. Do you go first? Yeah. It looks like I'm healing myself next time. Let's go!
You did great.
Thanks! What do we got in this mystical treasure chest? Dreams woven, a breastplate bestowed by the god of thunder. Ew. Whose are you meant to be equipped for? Please tell me more, because I would love it if we got this one. Yes, it is. Oh, and it adds to attack too. Oh, that's dumb.
Don't hold back.
Bar now has high defense again. Let's go. Although nothing apparently beats Ash in defense right now. Ash is just a beefy boy. Ugh, coming back with that double hit. Knock that sucker right
Fortune
out.
favors the bold.
Are you resisting it? Oh no, you dodged it anyway. I'm like, I don't think she's resisted it. Like one of the few elements she's not resistant towards. Although Marna has the highest attack again. Mar is like a truck. Lost soul. And Spirit Elixir. Sure, we take those. Alright. Let's go back here. So everybody hits. I still do a crap ton of damage, despite the fact that, yeah. You know, when they shoot laser beams like that out, the only thing I can do, like, for him, shoot out of his mouth. For these dogs that are decapitated, I just, in my mind, it plays out of shooting a beam outside of my neck. Bleh. sure I heal. Ash.
Nice work.
Thank you. Do what you won't. Oh wow, you did 12 damage. That's actually quite a bit. Guess what? Still. Oh. No, we'll play it off. That's you. Like, what are the odds of him hitting her again? Come on, crit. No. Alright. 41's not bad. Oh, why do you gotta keep hitting her? Maybe I need to equip the second heal. I mean, it costs 2 gems, though. That's a lot. Alright, go ahead and kill him. Apparently with a crit hit, because why not? Gotta put him in the dirt. Make sure he's 6 feet under. Treasure discovered. Give me that supreme elixir. No, a dispeller. Oh, didn't even have a chance for a supreme elixir. Funny. Don't really have anything I want to get rid of, though. Blizzard Captain story. Okay, I was wondering if I got that one or not. Stop showing up.
And fight.
And fight. Of course I rolled a 1. Back to you. Accidentally, like, clicked out. Potion, poison designed for Cusco. Cusco's poison. Well, that was enough to kill him, apparently. All the money.
Yet another secret passage.
That's
How many of these things are there?
sneaky. Alrighty. You know, I was hoping we'd be done with this dungeon by this point, but there's just so much going on in it. Trying to find the secret passages and everything like that. It's turning out to be a little bit more difficult than I thought. Well, not difficult, just long. Ha ha! Joke's on you, child! Really doesn't do much. You really have to think of a new strategy. Like, Electro Harpy? Electro Harpy. Fine. I wonder what's with the fairy at the end of her wand. Oh my, you actually did damage. Alright, we'll put regen on you. Pass your turn. Heal myself on this turn. That's right. Suffer a tragic defeat. Missed.
Congrats.
Thank you, Game Master. I'm going to unplug my monitor if I'm not careful. Jeez, I keep pulling on the cord with my feet. Oh. Earth. Wait, no, actually, there's no Earth in this game. That's actually one of the weird things, now that I remember. Is like, there's no Earth in this game. Like, what kind of, like, RPG doesn't have Earth magic in it? But don't get me wrong, it's not bad that it's lacking in this game. They make up for it with other stuff. It's just interesting. That does nothing. You're tickling me. Stop it. I refuse to believe you had 4 gems just sitting there. I guess I'll throw down a Healy on me. Not bad. Good roll. I love how it scratches up the card. It's pretty neat. Too bad it won't do anything for you. More money. Wheelie dealy automobile.
They
Found the
put a
door.
secret passage here. Whoever built this place was seriously twisted.
Ooh. Dark lore. A legendary staff bestowed by the gods. They so many like rare equipment here. It's just like, guys, you do realize that this could cause problems, right? Wow. So it takes her defense down by 2 and her speed down by 1, but it boosts her attack like a ridiculous amount. All right. All of my main people are now wielding legendary equipment, except for the rings, but that's fine. Oh, that was interesting.
Figures there'd be a secret passage here too.
Go
on
on
and see where it leads.
Another treasure chest. Just give me 1 enemy this time. Ah, 2, fine. I technically don't even need the
Let's
money
do
either.
this.
You know,
Nice work.
just all the damage. I'm resistant to dart. Jeez. Wheelie dealy steely automobile. Mysterious card 10. I think we found them all, ladies and gentlemen. All right.
Yet another secret passage. I've lost count of how many you've found, but hopefully, this is the last of them. You sense an extraordinary presence ahead. You'd best not proceed unprepared. Once you go in there, you won't be able to save. Proceed with caution.
Got you. Saving now, then. Alright, ladies and germs and gentle cards and gentle ladies. We're about to walk into the final area. Let's go! Give me a glorious
You sense an
cutscene.
immense power enshrouding the whole of this floor.
I can't use bellwethers either. Not like I ever used them in the first place. Is it just a straight walk forward? Oh. Also, notice how the music has stopped. Mysterious altar. Alright, let's see what's going on.
The Ivory Order trio lies collapsed at Sherwin's feet. Sherwin glances your way as he notices your presence. You again. What is it you're doing here? You ask him. This is the heart of the mausoleum, where the Order kept the dragon prisoner and harvested dragon tear. The Order perfected a technique to distill medicine from the preternatural magic imbued in dragon tear.
Yep, exactly. Long hallway, music stops, large room. Yep. Sounds like it's time for a final boss.
So you were right in thinking you could find Mars' cure here. Sherwin pays you no mind. Continuing. How I detested that medicine. It took my parents from me. You struggled to conceal your shock that you and Sherwin suffered the same tragedy. Nursing his grudge, he infiltrated the Order so that he could destroy it from the inside out. After being elevated to the Order's highest echelons, he learned the dragon was the source of the medicine. Ever since, he had been awaiting his chance to kill the dragon. He finally got it atop the volcano. Now all that's left is to destroy this forsaken place, and the realm will be restored to how it was before the medicine, to how it ought to be. Sherwin stands before the altar and begins mumbling an incantation. It looks like he's gearing up to perform some sort of rite. The mausoleum will be destroyed if you don't stop Sherwin, and if that happens, you'll never get your hands on any dragon tear.
Stop, Sherwin.
Prepare yourself.
I love that. Prepare
The Ivory
yourself.
Order trio are still alive, but don't have the strength to get up. You attempt to stop Sherwin's right. But the fallen Ivory Order trio totter to their feet. Master Sherwin, says Winifred, unable to quell her trembling. Why? You used us, growls Berwin, narrowing his eyes at Sherwin.
I mean, you used everybody else.
Your actions betray everything the Order stands for, spits Hedwin.
And you're all about to die.
Sherwin does not dispute the accusations. On the contrary, he confirms them. Everything I've done, including using you, is to purge this world of that medicine. Sherwin returns his concentration to the right.
Let's stop the right, let's go. Oh, wait.
You race towards Sherwin to stop the right, but then Winifred blocks your way. Winifred puts out her arm. You're not strong enough to stop him. He's one of the strongest among the Ivory Order's ranks, she says. Still, says Melanie, batting Winifred's hand out of the way, we have to do something. Let us help.
Oh, so now you want to help.
Sherwin pivots to face you, snarling. I will crush any who dare stand in my way. Sherwin attacks.
And this is where we die a pitiful death. All of my preparation will be for nothing here. 180? Alright, that's the highest I think we've seen so far. Happenstance cards, let's go.
It'll take more than numbers to win here.
Let's go. Of course. Oh. So they act on their own. Okay. Wheelie dealy automo freezy. You are weak. You can decrease it all you want. You're still weak to it. You're going to take extra damage to it. Let's go. That kind of hurt. But guess what? I have restoratives. I would appreciate it if you had done that for Mar, because let's be real here, Mar does a whole bunch of extra damage rather than Ash. He's gonna have like 2 or 3 forms. There's no way that it's not gonna be like that. More gyms that I could use. If he doesn't have 2 or 3 forms, I'd be shocked, because that doesn't... Because it won't follow the standard RPG trope. Nice! This means nothing to me. Nice.
The altar was destroyed in the bottles placed upon the altar as an offering now lie in shattered pieces across the ground. Sherwin, bloodied and beaten, lies sprawled across the ground. Give up already, you say? Then, from the folds of his cloak, Sherwin withdraws a vial of dragon tear. So it has come to this, he murmurs, before gulping it down.
I needed that!
Sherwin's body begins morphing into something grotesque. You hear a voice echoing in your head. A lifeless world. A deathless world. This fetid plain will be purged so that it gleams pure white once more. I, the Awissuswin, will make sure of it.
It's Whistleswin. What kind of name is that? I, the Awissuswin, will make sure of that. That's the boss I was expecting. The unpronounceable, we'll see to it. Oh! You're not wrong, it does make me think Dark Dungeon 2. That's the most HP we've seen against a boss this entire time. Please tell me you're still weak to darkness. Yes, you are! Why am I doing more damage all of a sudden? That was pitiful. You could have healed somebody. Interesting. Thank you, old man. I love having gems. Ooh. This is good final boss music, too. I really like this. That's what I'm talking about. Crit, not a weakness. We'll heal Melanie. I want to ram him. Why are you dealing light damage to him? Oh, he's not weak. He's not resistant to it. Okay. Ow. Oh, thank you. We take free gemstones. More armor. You know, we take that. What? That's it?
We, too, bear some of the blame for allowing this to happen. Winifred and the others combine their magic for an all-powerful strike. The brunt of the blow renders the Awissuswin motionless. But in your head echoes a familiar voice. There is no denying me. This world will fall, as will you. The Awissuswin stirs, stretching his humongous wings.
Oh, that's neat.
Oh. Their power depleted. Winifred and company retreat from the fore.
By retreat, leave your party.
The Oishus wind screeches a bloodthirsty shriek as he bears down on you once again.
Oh my! That's really cool. Alright, well, this boss fight is harder. It's already harder than, like, most of the boss fights I fought against. Alright, cool. Are you weak to darkness? Yeah! Alright, cool. So he's weak to darkness still. Oh my word! That's dumb. I am already not liking this fight. The wings have got to go. Oh no, I can no longer heal her. Oh, this fight is tough. I'm not liking this fight one bit. Oh, this is tough. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Which is not going to be easy. This is going to have to be a redo fight. I don't like that. I have ways to do that though. Like I have ways to do because if I could get Mar to do it, I have ways to do a way to take out both wings. That's just that heal right there. That's so. This fight is definitely in the monster's favor. Oh, what? Oh. I'm okay with seal. Oh, I was hoping Mar went first. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. What? For 99 turns? Excuse me? Alright, I took out both wings. No one's got any status effects or regen, my friend. "99 turns," they said. That's so dumb. Maybe I can still pull this out of the bag. That's still a ridiculous amount of damage into healing. We take added defense. Last time you did that, it didn't do a lot. Oh, that did a lot more. Come on, I got this. Yeah, we take 2 gems. Perfect. Oh. Doing so much damage. I'm okay if you keep doing turns like that, because it's really not doing anything, because I don't have any regen on anybody. We got this, ladies and gents. Come on. Next turn, I'm gonna have to focus on healing. Oh, so close. He's down to 100. Ah, Mar dies. Oh my god, stop doing that attack! Yeah, crit. We're so close, gang. Oh no. We're gonna have to kill this man quickly. This is still the first go. We're so close. This is still the first go. Oh, come on. I might have it. This may be it. I know, right? Come on, crit. Yes! I think that's enough. Baby! Let's go!
Foul creatures, be cleansed by my power. The Oishus Wind's power inhibits your actions. The Oishus Wind gathers his immense strength. You have to do something. But the Oishus Wind's power binds you. Struggling against his power, Melanie recalls Vince's final words. Your spell can make this world a better place. Through everything, realization strikes her. The only way out of this is to use forbidden magic. I offer myself, body and soul, as payment. Melanie recites the spell, then turns to you. I'm sorry, she says, her voice faint. You'll have to finish what you started without me.
I know, right?
Melanie's powerful magic has bound the Oishus Wind. That same power, though, has also bound her.
No! I liked Melanie!
Her power drained from casting the spell, Melanie collapses to the ground. Her spell breaks the power binding you. You can move freely again and feel your strength return. The spell has bound the Awishus Wind. Now's your chance to end this.
Take a moment. I have the resources for another fight. Okay, so I have 6 people then. 10 turns until the Awishus Wind's power is restored.
Give it all you got.
10 turns? Nine turns until the Awishus Wind's power is restored. Eight turns. Okay, so it looks like only my turns count. Okay, we're done. All right, Grandpa, what are you doing? Okay, I was worried it was gonna be like some crazy fight still. That's okay. Alright. Nice, I guess, for maxing out the values. But Melanie.
You defeated the Awishus Wind. Sherwin, returned to his human form, seems not long for this world.
Oh, I wonder why. It can't be the fact that you ingested a dragon's tear and then used the power to go mad. I don't know what I'm gonna do here.
You rush to Melanie's side. The moment you reach her, you notice something strange. Melanie's transformed into a monster.
Oh no!
Just then, Winifred and the others return from their search of the area. It seems the emergency stores of dragon tear kept in the altar were all dashed upon the ground during your battle with Sherwin.
No!
Despair buckles your knees. You've lost Melanie and any hope of changing Mar back.
Yeah, no,
Winifred slips something into your hand. You hold it up and see the empty vial of dragon tear that Sherwin drank. But if you squint, you can make out one last drop in the bottom. You got a vial of dragon tear from Winifred.
My word.
The world, cut off from its supply of medicine with the dragon's death.
Yep, you're not wrong, Dash, and there it is.
Your twin, for whom you have searched high and low for some way of restoring her human form. And Melanie, transformed into a monster and lying prone before your very eyes.
See, here's the thing. I feel like if I don't save Melanie, then the cycle is just going to repeat again because she looks dragon-esque. So I have a feeling that she might transform into the next dragon and thus repeat the cycle. Whereas if I save my twin, the whole cycle will repeat.
You must decide for which purpose to put the all-powerful dragon tear.
Wait a second. Change Melanie back. Change Mar back. Bring the dragon back. Wish for everything. The worst part is I can't drag these cards up. I don't know which one I will do. Because if I wish for everything back, or wish for everything, the dragon comes back, and then thus the vicious cycle repeats. Yeah, you're absolutely right. We're gonna change Melanie back. Wait a second. Wait a second. What is this? Why are all 10 cards into play?
You tip the dragon tear over Melanie's prone form. Melanie turns back into a human. When she learns you used the dragon tear on her, Melanie asks you why you didn't choose Mar. You shouldn't have used the last dragon tear on me, she sobs. After escaping the mausoleum, you take Melanie and Mar with you on another sojourn round the realm. Melanie is as unforgiving toward you as always, but grows especially tender in taking care of Mar. Deep, deep down, she feels guilty that only she returned to normal. Afterwards,
I don't mind Milo spoilers. It doesn't bother me.
news of the dragon's imprisonment at the hands of the Ivory Order and the medicine they forced him to make spreads like wildfire. A rash of skirmishes breaks out over the increasingly rarer medicine that is the dragon's legacy. Chaos envelops the realm.
Oh, really? What a shame. Because I don't want to redo that fight at all. That fight was too much for me to handle. Apparently, the ending for Melanie, or the whole magic, what's it called? Apparently everybody's just like, yeah, we're gonna start a massive civil war for the last remaining dragon medicine. Fun stuff. But that's interesting. Oh, you didn't know this was a Yoko Taro game? Yeah. Half the reason why I picked it up was because he directed it. I should have checked to see if I could save at the end of that before I talked to Melanie, because that would have been great so I could just see if I could get all the endings. But I didn't, because it's just like, oh yeah, you can't save beyond this point. That's what it was telling me. I really don't want to have to do that fight again, just so I can see the other ones. Yeah, the game makes so much more sense now, because you know that. Yeah, that's what I plan on probably doing. So the better question is that we've been doing this for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Do we call it here, or do we go ahead and start CrossCode? That is the big question, because I don't know, like, if I call it here, I don't know what I would do after this. But this was a good Let's Play. I enjoyed this game. I enjoyed this game a lot. I don't know what to say. I probably give this game, I don't know, 8.5. I it could get a 9 too. Like I might give it a 9. The only reason it's not a perfect 10 is just because like every fight up until the last fight seemed relatively easy for what it was, and that last fight seemed ridiculously difficult. But it wasn't over the top difficult. It was just difficult enough to be challenging, which was odd. But I mean, I enjoy that. So it's just the difficulty curve. Like, if you weren't walking around exploring and grinding, and you weren't expecting that, that fight would be so much harder. Oh, clicked the wrong button. Yeah, we'll skip it. What game would that be, Dash? The ending has been collected. A secret event on the Isle of Blight where the volcano and mausoleum are located has been added. Ooh. Saving game clear data you will then be returned to the site. That's right. All right, cool. Oh no, you're fine. I have not heard of that one. I'll look into it for sure. Mutant Year Zero, Road to Eden. Is it on Steam? Understandable. All right. Um. Well, I guess we'll switch it over to CrossCode now because I don't want to fight that fight again 3 more times to get those endings. I might when I'm in the mood for it, but yeah. Yeah, there's going to be a black screen here for a moment because it's not going to be capturing anything. Minimize that, minimize this. CrossCode, 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 CrossCode. Store. Yeah, I was like, I'm about to look it up right now, too. Newton's Year Zero Road to Eden. Oh, you know what? I've seen this game before. I'll put it on my wish list for now. Alright, back to this. Out of curiosity, can you hear the game at all? Oh, do you know what? I know why you can't. Because that's trying to capture properties. Not voice of cards now. CrossCode. And then I made my chat super small. Now I've got to fix that. There we go. Let me know if the game's too loud. CrossCode is designed with challenge in mind for both combat and puzzles, and we encourage every player to try the game as it is intended with its intended difficulty. Yes, Spiromancer. That's exactly right. Um, yeah, Sphere. However, if those challenges end up making the game less enjoyable or even accessible for you, we provide options to tweak the difficulty through the Assets tab in the Options menu. Crosswords. Minto-chan. Oh, you are absolutely right. Thank you so much. Let me go ahead and do just that. This is the first. Well, no, I guess. Boop. Come on. I know. I know you can do it. For some reason, my little thing that looks up for categories cannot. No. So when I like the game pauses itself when I like tab out. apparently, which is an interesting feature. I actually kind of like that, so that way like certain cutscenes don't keep playing by itself. But I'm trying to. So when I went to tab out, yeah. So I tabbed out to try to see if I can update my. Let's just do that. Oh, now you wanna. There we go. CrossCode. Done. Alright. Hopefully that updated everything. And back to the game. I know you can hear me. Where is he? Shizuka, I have to ask you to leave. So you're keeping him here? What do you think you were doing? Time is running short. We don't have a choice. I'm not going to, yeah. Well, it wouldn't try to find, like, the CrossCode category, so I couldn't, like... I'm just like, I have no idea what this would... for the tags for this would be. But it finally found them. Also, I'm probably not going to do voices for this because I'm terrible at voices. So you abduct a dying person and let him work until his last breath? Is that it? I'm going to talk some sense into him. Don't get in my way. Was done a move. Suzuka, please don't do this. I'm sorry, but I can't let you go any further. Really? Hold D. Yeah, there we go. You will have to do better than that. You know this is what he wants as well. Sure, you'd like to think that. You won't listen. Cold base? How very creative. Oh, no, I agree with you. I thought it would be fantastic. Almost there. If you interrupt, all of his hard work will be lost. Don't do this. So, it never should have happened in the first place. Okay, this is it. You don't know when to stop, do you? Just watch. You can throw as many enemies as you like. The level threshold doesn't exactly work in your favor. Satoshi! Sister. What do you think you're doing? You are in no condition to do this kind of work now. All you should do is rest. Why should I rest when I'm way beyond recovery? I need to finish this work. It's my final task. I told you about the agreement. I finish this and they will let you go. No, I don't want this. Satoshi, stop it. It is done. No! Shizuka, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I got you involved in this. Just promise me that you will get away. Please. Yeah, this game, I haven't made it very far because I keep suffering from my habit of starting a game and then getting a certain amount in and then not making it very far. But this game, every time I pick it back up, I'm just like, oh, I don't know why I stopped playing it. It's so good. There you are. Initialized successfully. Oh, is the speech synchronization malfunctioning? Apparently. Well, something just had to go wrong. But you understand me, correct? Nods. Okay. We will make it work somehow. You are probably confused about this situation, correct? Yes, very much confused. All right, let us take small steps. Do you remember VRPs? Virtual ricochet projectiles. Ball. Nods. Okay, you seem to remember. Carla, we are ready. We are ready. Please initiate the training sequence. VRPs are the most essential tool and weapon. They are basically like balls. Your task is to hit all the robot with VRPs. So give it a shot, or rather, a throw. Nice work. Well, just to be sure, let us repeat the exercise with extended distance. Something particular about VRPs, they are not affected by gravity. Thus, no matter how far you throw, VRPs will not fall to the ground. Very good. Okay, next let's enable charge mode. Charge mode activated. You activate charge VRPs by aiming a longer time. Let's practice right away. I was already doing that! Those charge VRPs, this is the reason why, for that name you see. Using charge VRPs, you can hit target with the red circle. Okay, enough practice with VRPs. It's about time we get you down on your feet. Carlo, we are done here. You can terminate the flotation sequence. Hey there, girl. Welcome to our cozy cargo hold. My name's Carla. Nice to meet you. You sure are a quiet one. Apparently there's an issue with her speech synchronization. She still understands this stuff. No way! Is there a way to fix it? I don't know yet. I will have to look into that. Anyway, I sure will be able to understand each other somehow. Non-verbal communication, you know. I find it funny that they, in order to conquer the silent protagonist problem, they put speech synchronization as a problem. I found that hilarious. Nods. Atta girl. Still, kind of would like to know your name. Sergi, can you help us out here? Right, her name is Leah. Leah, well, ain't that sweet. Well then, Neil, ready to get up? We gotta get you ready for what's coming. Ball throwing and the like, you know. And I I got just the thing to prepare for you. Agree, it's definitely creative. Oh, that's fine, Dash. Look all you want. Follow me. Alright, let's get started. Your task is to reach the door at the other end of the room. And don't mind me, I'll just stick around and keep an eye on you. Ooh, keep an eye on you. Well, I might give you some hints if you ask, actually, you know. Yeah, never mind the visor. I just need to see, need this to see what you're doing. Don't worry about it for now. We will explain to you later on. Enter the stage, more switches away. Girl, you sure are natural with that ball thing. Carlo, they're called VRPs, not balls. Oh, come on, no one calls them that anymore. Unfortunately, yes. Well done! Yeah, that was all, it's a small room. Ha, finally, one of my favorites. Here you can go wild on the rubber mice. Moving target practice. Have fun, girl. Moving on. Over the Rat Fortress, standing unpenetrated for centuries. Apparently someone had a fun time putting this together. Whoa, slow down there, girl. Just a short warning. Here you'll meet your first real enemies. And by real, I mean those things will, in fact, attack you. But don't worry. Don't get me worried. Don't get me wrong. Oh, don't get me wrong. They're really easy, but still, if you do get beat down, your respawn point is right here, right in this room. That means there's no real danger. Go ahead and kick some ass, girl. Ah, just a moment. Let me enable dash module before we start battle. Dash is essential in battle. It helps you to quickly dodge enemy attacks at a time. Right, he is. Now please enter the room in order to proceed to the ass kicking. Advice: hit them with charge balls to cancel their attacks. Yes, that was awesome, girl. Sergi, you weren't kidding. She's got really got a knack for battling. Yeah, that sure takes me back. Hey there. Hey, champ. Got your adrenaline down again for a sec? We gotta add a bit more edge to your arsenal. A sharp one, that is. I see I got your attention. Sergi, you finished? Yes. Unlocking virtual proximity impact now. Great. With those close combat strikes, called VPI, you can quickly tear through several targets in your path at once. Only them close ones, of course. You got that? Sharp as a blade. Now start by clearing that path for us, will you? Wait there for another second. Yeah, I know. A second wait is an attack waste. Still, you should know that your strikes have enough punch to interrupt some attacks. You can just pummel your opponents without giving them a chance to strike. Back. Oh, stretch. Sounds like a plan, am I right? So go get them. Close. Nice move. They didn't even see what's coming. Another victory for our fearless gladiator leader. You look at this coward creeping up on you. Don't panic, just keep moving fast and strike. Keep moving and strike fast. Amazing work. Numbers sure can't be skilled. And you just crossed the finish line. Congrats. Seriously, girl, that was quick. Well, it's like you've never forgotten the basics at all. Oh my, you still look puzzled about all this. I suppose it is about time we explained all the circumstances. You bet it is, but let's take a short break before that. Okay? I still need to report to the captain. He wants to meet Leah as well. Good idea. Best not keep Jet waiting for too long. Come on, Leah. Right this way. Alright, up to the bridge. Oh yeah, leader. Just a heads up, the captain's kind of grumpy, but don't worry about it. That's just the way he is. Cap, I'm back with the report. I see, go on. The initiation, a total cinch. Here's the avatar. Name's Leah. Ah, hard to miss that last. Hope you didn't run into everything with those horns in there. Wait, don't tell me you just noticed the horns till now. Oh, you didn't notice the horns till now, Leah. Anyway, make sure you clean up that mess you started down in the cargo hold soon. Yes, Cap. I hope Sergi is satisfied. Is he around? Yeah, just give me a sec to set up your headset. Hello there, Jet. My good man, it's been a long time. Indeed, you still cling to that jetpack, I see? You know, I never travel the sea without good old Benny. Anyway, I hope you two will be ready to travel on soon. Having a darn avatar on board is just calling for trouble. Of course, we will make this as brief as possible. Gee, Cat, what kind of welcome is that supposed to be? Besides, ain't we talking to Jet, former VRP dueling champ? You keep telling us all about your combat moves from the old days. So here I thought maybe you would want to give Leah a small combat lesson. You're telling me the wee lass is up for a battle? Oh, you bet she is. Alright, we'll see about that. Just heat to me later today. Sweet. Now then, you're dismissed. You can show the lass around the ship, but don't stir up any trouble. Alright, Captain. Come on, Lee, it's time for some fresh air. Welcome aboard the MS Solar. Quite the ship, huh? You know, the view here is nice, but you gotta see what's beyond the bow. We're currently steering towards Rhombus Square. That's something to look at. Actually, why not go to the bow and explain the situation over there? Signature Rhombus Square will make it easier for her to understand, correct? Hey, good thinking, Sergi. Follow me, Leah. There she is, the Avatar. And she's a Spheromancer class. How awesome is that? Looks like you got your first fan, Leah. Hey there, Carla. Good to see you. About all these strange boxes here. Yeah, I know. I was supposed to clean that up. But right now I have to take care of the Avatar, you know? I'll do it in a bit, okay? See you later. There she goes again. She said exactly the same thing yesterday. Spheromancer, so awesome. Bow is this way. It's a bit of a walk, though. Just follow me. What about all those restrictable boxes doing in that room anyway? I was just practicing how to use those things, you know? Probably should have done that somewhere else. Now, girl, have a look at this. Okay, where to start? How about welcome to Crossworlds? One step at a time, Carla. Leah, do you remember the concept of an MMO? Alright. Now, Crossworlds is like an MMO, just with one striking difference. The world of this game is not virtual, it is real. All players are remotely connected to this world through special avatars. Those avatars have physical form and are tightly connected to all 5 senses of the player. And you, Leah, are currently logged into this game as well. Oh, me? No? I'm not a player, I just work here. In fact, you're the only avatar on this whole ship. That is correct, this cargo ship belonged to the maintenance staff of Crossworlds. The actual game takes place in the land you see over there, the playground. The reason you are here, Leah, is because you're not a regular player. You have lost your memory and we're trying to recover it. You see, you've been in this game before. Being logged into this game, there's a chance you might remember your past, and that is why we will try to get you into the real playground soon. Yeah, in fact, you will be going through the glass palace of the city over there. That's Roma Square. It's where all players start. Well, this cleared up some things at least. Alright then, I think it's a good time to split. I'm gonna go talk to the captain and try to set up that combat lesson for you. Meanwhile, you can have a look around the ship, if you like. Clear knows about you. I guess it's, you already noticed that, right? You can meet me and the captain later. Well, until then, just make sure not to fall into the water, girl. By the way, Leah, I had a closer look at the speech synchronization issues. Unfortunately, I do not think we'll be able to fix them soon. However, I found a little workaround. I might be able to hard code specific auto patterns into your speech module. That means you'll be able to say certain words. That should help a bit, correct? So let's try it out. Hi. Hi! Hi, hi, hi! It works. That should help you start a conversation with the crew here. Hi! Hello there, you must be the guest of the ship, right? Well, don't be shy. We seem may look rough, but we're easygoing folks here. You want to know what I'm doing here? I'm currently checking the solar panels here. They're our primary energy source, so they'll better work properly. Otherwise, our nice and shiny MS solar won't bunch of soon here. Trust me, being stuck in the ocean too long is something you don't want to put. Huh? I suppose I didn't know that he didn't even get shadow. Well, the human appearance is pretty convincing. Except for the hair. Dude, I know you're new around here, but you really gotta be more relaxed all about this. What? Just because I was too quick about cleaning day? It wasn't really that much. Well, if you keep this up, people will notice. Oh, hey, you're the Avatar girl, right? Hi. I was just giving a newbie here a lesson. Hey, I've been working here for 6 months. Yeah, sure, before you know it, you'll be cleaning the whole deck front to back every day. Look who's here. You must be the Avatar, right? Well then, welcome to the MS Solar. If you lean over the railing a bit, you may even see the ship, name of the ship. Boy, make sure you don't fall in the sea. I'm pretty sure Avatars are bad at swimming. Hi! Hey, can't you see I'm busy here? Wait, who are you? Oh right, I remember now. You're the pseudo-Rhoda thing. No offense, you see, I just recently had this discussion with a colleague. It was about avatars being the same as robots. And I have to insist they are not. Avatars are just some fragile temporary collection of instant matter. Everybody knows real robots are made of metal like these beauties here. So I just can't share the excitement of my colleagues about your presence. You're just an avatar, no true robot, see? Anyway, I had to take care of my babies here, so if you'll excuse me. Big shit! Hi. Sorry, I'm busy checking the containers here. Hi. Oh, Avatar dinner. I must say I'm surprised. I expected the embodiment of some gamer kitty's wildest dreams. Lots of beefcake and such. Yet here we have such a cute girl. Too bad that doesn't really say anything about your player's actual appearance. Just like in the old days of MMOs, some things never change. Oh my, that's some extremely clever hair you have there. I had heard that avatars designed to be flamboyant, but really? And those horns too. You're not happy about them either, huh? Nah, now I have to wonder who put those things on you. Whistles. Oh, Miss Avatar's back. Hi. She talked to me. Gee, calm down there, fella. Anyway, Carla just passed by us again. She told us that you would take care of the boxes here. I mean, really, can you believe that woman now? She's loading off her work on our guests. Well, she has a point. It's easy to destroy the boxes with the Avatar's weapons, right? Nods. Awesome. Please, I want to see that. Well, no pressure, you know. You are our guest after all, but you'd help us out a lot. So will you really destroy the boxes for us? Nods. Yes. Show us the balls. Amazing. Well, it certainly works. Oh, clear. Truly amazing. Really surprised how quick those balls were flying. What are you even talking about? I didn't see any balls. Only those boxes just disappearing for whatever reason. Yeah, you need to wear these AR goggles to see them. The balls are, and their impact are like virtual and stuff. I see, so that's why you've been wearing those goofy glasses all day. Goofy? You know nothing about style, lady. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, thanks for a lot of help. Yes, thank you so very much, Miss Avatar. Let's go to the cabin. Hi. Whoa, you spoke. Is your voice finally back? Hi. Wait, that ain't right. Speech synchronization is semi-frustrating. I just hard-coded the word hi into your speech volume. That is all she can say now. I'm currently working on adding more words. I see. It's a start, I suppose. Anyway, Captain and I here have been planning out your combat training, girl. We're almost set. We're good and good to go, right? Aye, this is gonna be interesting. Well, I'm off to my captain for some final preparations. I'll be done another time, so just stick with the captain, okay? See you later. Aye, I'll be back at the bridge. You can talk to me when you're ready to play the lesson. Make sure you're prepared. I'll be expecting your full attention. You two over there. Make sure you clean up the galley after you're done cooking. Understand? Aye, aye, Captain. It's not like we forgot since the last time you told us. Yeah, wasn't that yesterday? Can't talk, must defeat respawning enemy. Oh, I thought they canceled this game. Dang it. Oh well. He's just pretty engaged with the game. The game. We should probably just let him play. You must be the Avatar the captain told us about. Hi. Well, feel free to check the ship. I'm just one of it's one of the smaller ships of the solar class, but it does its job. But I suggest you don't go near the room across the hall. I'm out of coffee again, and I don't know how I feel about it. Hi there, Leah. You better not keep the captain waiting. Wait, Carla, is this your room? Sure is. Something wrong with it? How do you do it? Do what? This room. I did nothing. I can see that. I mean, how did Jet not see this room? Ah, I see. Well, you got to wait for another time to hear my secrets, I guess. Better go to the bridge. The captain wants to show Leah some new tricks as soon as possible. What, you're not curious, Lita? Well, I guess we should go then. This is weird. How does Carla do it? I will find out. Someday. You have the avatar girl we were warned about, right? Sorry, but I need to pay attention to the radar. There you are. It's time for your combat lesson. You ready? Yes. Good. Let's go to the balcony. Good. Here we are. Carla, are you ready up there? Yes, Captain. Don't forget the goggles. Aye. Haven't worn these for some time. Alright, time to start. I was told you wanted the base in the cargo hold. Still, first I want you to show me your grip on aiming and throwing. Carla, prepare the target box. Say hello to an old friend. I want you to hit the robot from a distance in time. Do that quickly, got it? I see you understand the message well enough. That will make it good. Carla, we need to turn it now. Time to get to turn on old Betty. Now we'll be practicing the dash. We'll now start shooting at you. I want you to do two things. First, keep your aim on the turret and don't throw anything. Second, dodge the turret bullets without losing your aim. Alright, then let's start. Be faster than that last. Don't even think about Silver walking past the shots. Dash it. The right moment. Nice work. With enough of dodge. Now try to handle this last. What the heck was that? Do you know? Don't you know how to do a dark one? Actually, Jen, as a matter of fact, she does it. I forgot to have your regard to it. Sergi, are you serious? You can't sit that last in the battle without a proper shield? Yes, I will fix that now. Good. So now you'll have your shield. Need an introduction to how it works? Yes. Alright, now let's closely. Alright, basically first. Just show me the shield. Good. Know that the shield will only block in front. Always look in the direction of the attack. And finally, you can even aim during guard. It's slow, but it does. I got the basics, yeah. Good. Now about time you block the sword ball, right? Here it goes. Very good. That's all the basics I can teach you for now. Now to round everything up, let's have a more probable battle against the turret where you could. There's still a little surprise waiting for him. I'll let you take a breather. Talk to me when you're ready. Yeah, let's go. That's what I like to hear. Let the battle begin. Captain, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we need you to the bridge right now. What's the matter? Something is approaching us, and quickly. Bloody darn timing. Sorry, lads. We have to stop here. Duty calls. Carlo, you clean up the balcony first and come to the bridge afterwards. Understood. Girl, I have no idea what's going on, but it'd be better for you to go inside too. Still on the radar, approaching us at high velocity. No transmission, no darn ship to see. What's going on here? Captain, I think I caught it on satellite. You gotta see this. What a particular location we have here. It's a darn cargo ship, you dauber. You look like someone who jumped right out of the CrossCode. This ship is not part of the bloody playground, so don't be a nuisance to get lost. We are aware of the nature of this place, yet we perceive the presence of another misplaced individual. That's none of your bloody business. Get off the ship and back to the game where you came from. Foolish mortal, do you truly believe we will abide by your command? Did you just call me mortal, you nutcase? You better leave right now, or I'll be glad to tighten your grip on reality for us. We choose to no longer converse with the likes of you. Besides, our search has already been concluded. You don't belong here. You need to be removed. Wait, you seem all too familiar. Why? It can't be. Indeed, it might be mere coincidence. Oh, but we must definitely have a way to be certain. What a convenient stage we have here. Now it's time to face your trial. Let's see if you are the genuine article. A display of your talents shall suffice as proof. Leah, do you hear me? I am just as confused about this whole situation as you are. It is certainly a mess, but we will get you out of this. For now, take on this challenge and keep him busy. I know this enemy looks intimidating, but do not lose hope. I am confident you'll be able to handle this. Because I can see its battle sets. They match your level. This spinning motion, one cannot find it twice in this world. Truly, there is no doubt about it. When was the last time I laid eyes upon you? You, within your incomplete vessel, yes, you have our utmost interests. You will come with us. Greetings from the solar fist, you pile of instant matter. What's this? Your divine powers can't handle a proper explosion? Why, this is preposterous. Okay, lass, you need to get off the ship right now. Carlo, get her back to the teleporter as fast as possible. And tell me when she's off the ship. I'll make sure no trace of Crossworlds is left on my ship. Got it, Captain. Follow me, girl. Well, well, our endeavor has not been concluded. You will not escape our will. It's already caught up. These are high-level opponents. Do not fight them. Run to the teleporter. You can sense your fear with every step. Your escape is futile. Oh no, you don't. Oh my. Try how we're getting past this one. Wait, I've got an idea. Carla, instant matter builder at your service. Here we are again. Time for you to leave this party. Oh, sweetie, this isn't time for tearful goodbyes. Besides, there are those guys. Goodbye, Leah. Enjoy Crossworlds. You darn pile of instant matter. Stop putting your trash all over our ship. This ain't gonna go nowhere. Jet, we did it. But he's almost got us. There are probably some enemies left down in the cargo hold. Putting even more trash in my cargo hold? Okay. That's it. Playtime is over. Crew, activate the neutralizer. You're meddling with matters that are not of your concern. This is my ship. Daubers like you messing with my ship are on the bloody list, top of my list of concerns. I say it before, I'll say it again. This cargo ship is not part of the bloody playground. What the bloody hell was that about? We did it, Leah. I still cannot believe what just happened on the MS Solar. Anyway, we are now in the official playground. This area is packed with all kinds of security measures. More interference from the blue individual here is highly unlikely. For now, let's just proceed. This is Romper Square, or more precisely, Newcomer's Bridge. I don't get the reference, sadly. The only thing I can think of is like Crab Fight, which is a game. This is the official introduction to Crossworlds. I place you right in the front of the last part. It is important that we do this part the official way to avoid suspicion. Oh yeah, speaking of suspicion, listen, Leah. It's absolutely essential that you pass as a regular player. We must avoid being reported at any cost. Hi. Ah, yes. Don't worry too much about your speech synchronization errors. You are, in fact, the first person, not the first player with these problems. Anyway, just be careful, okay? Snake crab battle sometime. Got you. I thought about reading all of these other texts, but I just realized I'm gonna make my voice hoarse. Most of the players here should be newcomers, just like you. Veterans usually skip this part, obviously. I love the little stuff they add, like the other people's conversations. I like the little noises and everything like that. It's a really nice touch. Dang, I can barely see a thing. You should totally choose a short avatar, they said. It'd be so cute, they said. Just great. You're in the same boat, huh? It's this guy. Pardon, didn't see you there. Hi. Bonjour. You are new here too. But I have not noticed you up here before. Oh, does that mean you caught up after me? Nods. Huh, you must be very quick with the tutorial, but I get the hang of it now too. You will not beat me on the last tutorial stage, no? Let's meet at the end. I'll be waiting. Au revoir. Very competitive, this one. This man is watching me, and I hate it. Oh, they've added a welcome sign. Very hospitable. Are you looking for the redhead pintifist from before? Nods. For justice! Absolutely right. Well, I'm afraid you will not find her here. You see, each player is placed into a separate instance of these rooms. You will find plenty of puzzles ahead. You really would not want other players to interfere around here. So it is all about who will be the fastest themselves, right? All right, Leah. I'll be gone for a couple of minutes. I'll contact Jet and Carla and try to investigate the blue individual. I'm sure you'll be fine by yourself. See you later. Bye. I really have to work on your vocabulary. Nods. Let's go! Like the music for this game, and like the way the game is played, and all of the player interactions are really nice. Oop, I messed that up. I haven't done this before plenty of times now. I can't tell you how many times I put that man in the dirt. The For Justice guy, it was phenomenal. Alright, this puzzle room. So how far have you made it into the game, Dash? They really did, like, a great job, like, making this feel like, oh, I'm back. Hi. Greetings from Jet and Carla. Everything back to normal on the MS Soldier. There are no traces left of that blue individual. I tried to find some information about him, but there's nothing. We can be pretty certain that he's not connected to the official game. I just can't imagine having a regular player leaving Crossroads and going on a rampage like this. Something very strange is going on. Not to mention that he recognized you. Your memory might, in fact, contain some answers to all of this. Anyway, there's no need to worry about this right now. Our goal is simply to play Crossroads. And I see you've made a lot of progress already. So, onwards. Press tab over the character menu. Inventory, equipment. And I love the equipment system for this game too. Oh, I forgot about that. Right, enemies start to give XP in this one. Onwards and upwards. Level up! Do I have to reach level 3? That is strange. I almost didn't. Alright. Incoming. Alright, it's the giant turret. Yeah, I know. It's just like I love how they added some of the features and everything like that. Make the enemies actually somewhat intelligent. It's just like, oh, you brought up the shield. Well, I'm just gonna make sure that that doesn't happen. Nice work. You did great. Onwards. What time is it? Ooh. Ready for one big upgrade? I love, like, this unlock system, too. It's really cool. Circuit activated. And I love this massive, huge skill tree. And the fact that, like, each one has their own set of skill points, so you don't have to worry about overspending in one skill tree versus the other. Activate circuits using circuit points earned with each level up. Certain skills unlock combat arts that can be used in battle. You can switch between branching skills at any time without spending CP. You now have special points used for combat arts. How do I usually go this? Show tutorial. Press an old spacebar to charge the attack. You can change your direction while charging and then release to execute the attack. Let's go! Leah, please wait a second. I have a little upgrade for you as well. Finally managed to add another word to your vocabulary. Well, you know how it is. No shiny effects for me, just the upgrade. Here goes. Leah. Leah? I think you will need this one since I will not be able to introduce you to any other more people. Leah, hi. Hi, Leah. Hi, Leah, hi. Do not look at me like that. I know it takes a long time to add these words. It's a very involved process, actually. I need to manually extend your thought control module, essentially modifying a statistically generated code base by hand. Yes, it's very technical. The technology to control avatars is, well, complicated. And that is an understatement. Anyway, the second word is done. I will work on the next one right away. Leah. Ha! Told you I would be first. Hi. Phew. Oi. We. But, wasn't that fun? I was very surprised by the boss at the end. Nods. Pardon, I didn't even introduce myself. Je m'appelle Emily. Nickname Eliminator. I know, it's genius, right? So, what's your name? Leah. Leah, nice to meet you. So, are you ready to take the sky rails? I wish we could already explore the city itself, but no. Didn't you know? The Skyrail will take you straight to Cross Central. From there, you'll be transported to the mainland. You'll only be able to enter Romney Square much later. Oi. It sucks, I know. You over there! Yes, you, the blue-haired spheromancer. Hi. Before, you just appeared out of nowhere. Suspicious. And what do I see now? You are at level 4, and this is unheard of. I am forced to assume. You, young lady, have been cheating. What? Monsieur, going straight for the accusation. How can you be so sure about that? Just because you're stuck at level 3 doesn't mean impossible. No player on record has ever reached level 4 at this point. Young lady, surely I don't need to explain to you the faults of such actions. Cheating will never pay off in the long run. Hi. Is that all you have to say? Oh dear, what is going on here? Jern. I don't know how to pronounce his name. I have exposed this cheater here, and you're lecturing her? Yes, about the wrongness of her actions. How about no? What? I'll just go ahead and pretend I don't know you. Come on! Apologies for my friend's behavior. He tells me he pretends to be a moderator. He's not. No problem. Humph. Young lady, I'll let you off this time. Reflect on your actions. What was the deal with him? I hope we don't meet players like that around here too often. Anyway, let's go on. I want to finally reach Rookie Harbor. You can come with me if you want to. Nods. Trace bien, let's go. Whoa, my heart stopped there for a minute. That was close. It was all because you collected experience from that crab boss. I should have noticed that this earlier. Sorry. Hi. You look puzzled. Do you want to know more about the Track of Ancients? Yes. Track of Ancients is an ancient assessment system based on a highly advanced technology. As seekers, it is your task to walk the track and discover all the secrets it holds. Once you reach Rookie Harbor, you can attend the introductory briefing and learn more about it. The Skyrail terminals will bring you to Cross Central, and you can take any of them. They all go to the same place. Nice. You can go on ahead. Just take any of the Skyrail terminals. Cross Central. That was fun. Can't wait to reach the mainland. Voila! Le Cross Central. We can quickly reach all of the Crossworld from here. Though there should only be one destination for us newbies, Rookie Harbor. Hi, you look puzzled. Do you want to know? Oh, is this just the same thing? Yeah, basically. Oh, it's you from Newcomer's Bridge again. Hi. Look, we're getting closer to the mainland. If you look closely, you can already see Rookie Harbor on the horizon. Hi. Hi there, can we help you? Oh, you're wondering about the turning test. Nice. Oh, you're curious one, I like that. The turning test is quite simple. You have two people writing each other via text. The twist, one of them is actually a machine. If the actual person can tell from the conversation that the other person is a machine, you fail the turning test. It's difficult because it's not just about simulating emulators. The machine needs to have a memory, general knowledge, and many other things like proper response like a human being would. Cross Central, let's go! I always like how instead of just making this an empty lobby, it's got people coming and going all over the place. Alan Z, this way! There's just like so many like people and NPCs. I love the way instead of just like a wall, it lets you go through and then carries you backward. Like the little attentions to detail for this game is like great. They really thought this out for an indie game. How to use landmarks for fast travel. Show tutorial. Open the map. You can teleport to landmarks by selecting them from within the map menu. You can also switch to the normal map in V. This game is vast. Here you can move to other areas you visited before. Fantastique. Right at the sea, just like they said. The city should be right up ahead. Go on, go. I'm gonna take this opportunity to eat a cookie. Because I want a cookie. Oh, maybe not, because I have already eaten. Hey, over here! Look at all these old-style buildings. It's like we're in some kind of medieval fantasy world, no? So, right now I'm waiting here for a friend, but I haven't seen him so far. There are just so many people here. Hello! I don't... Eek! Yeah! Sacre bleu! Was that really necessary? Yes, very necessary. I see you brought a friend. Ah, oui. That's Leah. I met her during the tutorial. Hi. And this Dark Lord meanie here is Lucas, also known as Schneider. Nice to meet you, Leah. So you're finally reaching the croissant. Having fun so far? I'm not even gonna attempt to pronounce that. Wait, croissant? The mainland. You'll get the idea once you see the map. Anyway, this is Rookie Harbor. It's known for its incoming shipments of rookies like you. It's also a fairly big place, which tends to be confusing for said rookies. So I thought I'd give you a small tour. Trace me on. Lead the way. Puppy! I like the idea of jumping into the water too. Well, I can't go back. Alright. First, the info building. If you really want to dig into the details of Crossworld, this is your place. Combat skills, all the stats from A to Z, you name it. Oh, that's the nerd herb, right? Job, people call it that. Frankly, it's a good thing to know about all that stuff. Got you, my man. Hope you have fun with that car ride. But it's not mandatory. It's just a place to go back to whenever you're confused about something. Let's move on. By the way, Eliminator, nice one. I know that's what Shiner's supposed to mean. I'm a tri-blade. I cut things. What? Not worth explaining. Alright, next stop, the town center. Oh, is that a market over there? Chop! You'll find most of the traders around here. Well, they're all over the place, to be frank. Those traders have pretty good equipment. The catch you'll need to find and collect the required trade items in the wild. It takes time, but it's worth it. Further up is another important building. This way. See that building up there? Mm-hmm. Oh. That's the Seeker's Hub, or Quest Hub. Surprise! You'll find a lot of quests there, just like many other places in town and elsewhere. All these quests are awesome, but the rewards usually make it worthwhile. Here, are you still with us? Nods. Oh, she's a quiet one, but she's really was really fast with the turtle. Almost beat me to it. Well, like they say, still waters run deep, right? Wait. Wee. What's the main quest? They keep talking about the track thing. Oh, right. I almost forgot about that. You'll have to enter the quest up anyway. There's a mandatory introduction for all new players. They'll explain about it there. I suggest you go in right away and just get it over with. I'll wait here. I'll just wait here. Dana, look. Let's go. Wow, such a crowded place. Cookies are so good. Bonjour. Look at this. Welcome to Operation Trackwalker, recruit. This briefing serves as an introduction to the history of this place and the nature of the course. We're currently looking at the natural satellite, Shadoon. This place was once inhabited by intelligent life forms that we refer to as the Ancients. While the Ancients ceased to exist a long time ago, they left behind a technological heritage to behold. The Trap of the Ancients. Originally, it served as an assessment of social standing within the Ancients' culture. It is a technological marvel, a highly advanced and self-sufficient system that remains intact to this day. It wasn't long after humankind around the Shadoon that we realized its value. Thus, we initiated Operation Trackwalker. We augmented the track so that humanity might walk it as well, and that is where you come in, new recruit. Together with the other seekers, you will start the journey along the track of the Ancients. Your path will be paved with obstacles, but every step you take will further our cause, discovering the secrets of the Ancients. Your main task will be to collect the 4 elements: heat, cold, shock, and wave. Beginning with the element heat, your first destination will be in the village Bergen. To reach it, you will need to pass the western barrier of Ricky Harbor. I will now give you your first shade to grant you passage to the west. Green leaf shade obtained. Finally, I will give you the Disc of Insight. This device will record all of the knowledge you encounter on your journey. Disc of Insight. That is all. Good luck and stay vigilant. Wow, now that was funky. Suddenly I was in the middle of space and this old geezer kept talking to me. Same for you? Nods. Suppose I wanted to pep up the boring introduction, no? Wait, tracking the Ancients it is. Let's go back to Lucas. Lucas is waiting. By the way, Leah, I took the liberty of adding a few more entries in here. So, for example, all past events and people we've met so far. A few insights on technology, of course. What? I just like organizing things. can read about the history of Shadoon and the Operation Track Walker. I'm not gonna go through and read this. You look confusing here. You see, here's a bulletin board. You could use it to see open quest area. If you want to know more about the quest, I suggest you talk to my fellow advisor at the counter over there. I love how the quests have the different levels, but they don't just section it off to, oh hey, so you only get the beginner quests. Like, you get quests that are up to level 14. They do have some quests locked behind a timer bar, like, you know, essentially like how far you progress in the game. But still. Okay, Harbor Beginner Dark, Marketplace, Seeker's Hub, Rising Exit, and Intercept. Okay. Reader Seeker, I see that you've completed the introduction to the Operation Tracker. Thus, you are now qualified to seek use your abilities as a Seeker to assist the four factions in their duties. They are organizations that secure humanity's survival and prosperity through their special fields of expertise. What you know, more detailed information can be accessed from the terminal behind. And guess who doesn't care? Well, you should know that each faction it has a subdivision in Rookie Harbor, like in every settlement. To better understand our society and your place in it, you should get introduced to all of them. For this purpose, I will now issue an official. Please accept. Yeah, of course I will, because Edge of all. Good. Visit the representative of every faction in Autumn Rise and introduce yourself. Most of them can be found in the respective headquarters in the market or in the western entrance. Though the HQ of the CTC is still inaccessible to new seekers, their ambassador can be found just outside this building. Once you've visited all of them, return to me to get your report. Quest. Focus on the quest details. See more details of the quest. If beat a market quest your favorite, you can cycle through quest task and mark quest. Good day, Seeker. Nice to meet you. My name is Mr. Nogsworth, and I'm a humble medium employee of the local trading association. Hi. Now that you might have already seen, a man in my position, always busy brokering business agreements, big and small. Thus, there's always need for helping hands, willing to do some necessary legwork for a generous payment, of course. Just now, I have an unresolved assignment by the pub for delivery of mixed food ingredients. It requires collecting raw materials in the wild, training them for the required items here in the market, and of course, delivering them in time. A rather simple task, fitting for the beginning of a lucrative relationship, I would say. Counting your cooperation, yeah. Veggie set, fruit set, spice set. It's a deal. My client requires two fruit and veggie sets and a spice set. You can procure them right here in the supermarket in town. For exchange, you'll need raw materials from various plant automations. So how was it, Leah? Enjoyed being in space? Well, now you should understand your task being part of the track walker and all. Let's go to the west now. Oh wait, Leah, Spheromancer? That's surprising. They're pretty unpopular, don't ask me why. They're fine balance-wise. What about Pentapus? They're awesome, right? Jap, and I couldn't imagine you in any other class. And finally, this is the western part of town. In this shop, you can buy consumable items. Further down, you'll find armory and basic equipment. and then you can continue to the west here to the Electro Onwards. You'll find lots of enemies along. Be careful not to take on too many hedgehogs at once. Those guys will eat you for breakfast. Anyway, just follow that way to Bergen. By the way, do you two want to form a party? Hey, we might, that would be great, right, Leah? And you, Lucas, will you travel with us too? I unfortunately have to leave you soon. Already? Trust me, it's not fun to travel around with a high-level friend. Unless you don't care for a challenge. You can watch us take on those hedgehogs. Jump, that sounds like a lot of fun, doesn't it? No, really, I have to head back to the guild. There's just too much stuff going on right now. The crap will be steaming if I've gone too long. I see, Monsieur. It's just too important for us rookies. Oh, please don't do that way. You can set up a direct link if something comes up, alright? Let's meet again once you reach Bergen Village. Come on, Leah, let's do some leveling until we're worth the Dark Lord's attention. Oh, John. See you soon, Eliminating, and you too, Leah. Hi. Huh? Oh, well. Don't know how to pronounce that. Alright, party time. So, where's the option? Ah, wait. Voila, we formed a party. Alright, let's head to Autumn Rise. If you're looking for quests in town, I'll let you decide, Leah. This is so exciting. Ciao. Detailed sets about party members. Alright, cool. Now. Seeker graces a plain old city guard with her present. That's some time off for plumbing and training to do. Well, we can use some help in the city. One of our watchmen in the market called for reinforcements to go. None of the fancy track walking riches, I suppose, but matters of inner security are not to be taken lightly either. You see a young seeker recognize the importance of the even Monday that you can find the guard in question in the central area of the market near the Seeker's Hub. Ask her about the problem and solve the case. Basically getting me to get Bergen Ice for ice cream. So yeah, actually fresh ice from a distant mountain. What is this, the Middle Ages? Father Ted and certain people criticize that. Well, you clearly should have. Kids these days don't know language. No, don't be sad like you want, lady. At least you feels like you're actually sorry. Yeah, that's better. I think I like your attitude. Look, if you want to make up for something, you want to help me out. Now, don't look at me like that. It's not that hard at all. All I want you to do is find me a burger gauntlet. Simple enough, right? Very good. Someone told me to send you an online. Apparently there's an area where you have to delete lots of hedgehogs while training. You can find it? Good to hear. Don't give me a rating, alright? Yeah. Alrighty. He looked like he was wearing gear from each class. Normally it should be Paul. I wonder if he managed to sneak this past the developers. Hi, Seeker. Nice to meet some valiant fresh blood around here. Hi. I'd love to do some modding with a fellow explorer, but right now, there's a problem with one of our jobs. Tuco's just finished detailing geological survey that's supposed to serve as a basis for future exploration. But then he had to get jumped by wildlife and lose all the storage with all the data that careless plots. So since you're here, could you help us with that? A Seeker should more qualify to handle for this kind of task. Gives me a bronze edge. Off of red one. Also, I've transferred the alleged location of the whole debacle, so you should be able to track down the thing. Just remember to mind your instincts as a Seeker, and you'll be back here enjoying my company in no time. Right, that's gold chest key. This game is, it's got its hype moments, and then it's also just very chill, and I love it. What? It's out clouded swag-bellied footlicker. Hence thou not see how I ponder? Shakespeare. I didn't realize they put Shakespeare in the game. It's been a hot minute since I played this game. They probably added all kinds of stuff. I need red shade. Sorry, lady, but no entry for you. We're currently investigating a rather unpleasant animal incident here. Back in my day. See, look at this Seeker just staring at me like I would jerk him a prop. Ignore him. He just doesn't like it when things change. You're damn right. Port Harbor was just such a nice name for this town, but they changed it all because of all the Seekers starting their journey here. My only real solace is that I can still enjoy my fish with fresh apples. You just won't stop. I also love how they gave these people names. The F-O-A-H-Q. Ah. Welcome to our garden, Seeker. I'm Mazana, the chief woodkeeper of this ranch. It's always reassuring to have your kind supporting our fruitful endeavors. Hi. In fact, your appearance comes at a fortunate time, as we have noticed unrest brewing among the thickets of Autumn Rise. A sadness has befallen the trees in different locations that threatens the balance of the entire region. Would you be able to assist us in stemming it before it causes widespread harm? Heal the tree, etc. Excellent. I'll give you some bottles filled with a concentrated and fermented juice made from the fruits of our garden. It has proven in the past to be a beneficial effect of the self-regulatory instincts of the track. Use your instincts as a seeker and find the afflicted trees and treat them with the extract. It should suffice to cure the trees. At this stage, take care, young seeker. You can go now back to the hub. I think... I think I may call a stream here, ladies and gentlemen. As always, I appreciate y'all for stopping by. I hope you had some good fun and some good laughs while we've been playing games. Hopefully you enjoyed the ending for Voice of Cards as much as I did. Let me know on my Twitter if y'all want to see the other endings. I will hopefully try to post these things on YouTube as well. And may the wind guide you on your journey until we meet again next time. Have a wonderful night. Bye.